Robertson in the square bush. He got it. Not hard, and he's not. 10, 5, over the move. Touchdown, and they don't even need a field goal.
Well, good evening and welcome to this historic Season 21 SFL Rookie Draft, the final piece of the puzzle for each team as we prepare for this new era of the Simulation Football League. I'll introduce the panel in a moment. This is a huge night ahead of us and a new streamlined version of the draft that will hopefully push through these first two rounds tonight. And then you get rounds 2, 3, and 4 with Tyler Falk on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Starting on the left of the screen of the three panelists, to my right, we've got a returning face, a very familiar face of these formats. He's also part of the Sim Scouts group that keeps up with all the rookie news and mock drafts across the course of the offseason. It's Frank the Franchise Wade. What's going on, man?
Hey, Jacob. Good to hear from you, man.
It's good to have you back on board, Frank. Obviously, this is our second year in a row doing it together on night one. In the middle, it's one of the most recognizable faces in this league and voices for that matter. If you recognize the background, yes, you do. It's because it's the host of the Streets Are Talking show, a co-owner of the Indianapolis Ramblers, and also one of the most esteemed play-by-play commentators this league has to offer. It's Chad Rowland. What's going on, Chad?
Jacob, good evening. It's great to be here for the first and second round. A lot of dreams are going to come true tonight, and I'm fortunate enough to be a part of this.
Absolutely. And on the right, it's a new face to the format, drafted last year, went through the free agency process and found his way to the team that holds the rights to the number 1 overall pick. It's John Fullerton. How's it going, man?
It's going good, man. Appreciate being here. Easy money here. And just looking forward to talking about tonight.
It's awesome to have you on, man. Now, obviously, we're going to get to it across the course of the night. We're going to open it in a second, but there's just been so much that has happened in the lead up to this draft. Obviously, the rules have changed surrounding how many picks teams have, limiting the amount of picks that teams have over the course of the next 2 seasons. So that's seen a ton of trades being made between teams, including the first 2 picks were quite large trades in the community. But also in terms of the rookie class, it's a really, really good one. We've got a lot of incredible figures that are going to make their way into the majors tonight. It's a huge moment for all involved. And we're going to start off with the Seattle Nemesis, who obviously traded everything but the kitchen sink in to get to this pick. And by all means, this was probably made a month ago, this first overall pick. And what better way to open up such a historic draft with a pick with such controversy, such conversation. It's probably the biggest pick since the Johnny Pickler selection at a studio draft 6 odd seasons ago. And I'll start with you, Frank. Obviously, we've got the pick already, but what do you think this pick could be?
Well, with the new roster rules and all that stuff, and them needing a quarterback, they could go quarterback here. But in the past, 1 or 2 teams need a quarterback. You could wait, get that quarterback much later. I noticed on their roster there's no defensive ends, so they already know who their quarterback is going to be. I'm sure they've got 1 or 2, maybe 3 guys in mind in case something weird happens, like a team drafting a backup quarterback. But I think they can wait on that and go after one of these defensive ends.
That's a good theory, and obviously in the past I think we would have backed that, but just given the fact that they've traded so much capital to get here, do you think they potentially double down, or do they go and fill in one of the needs? I'm going to pass to Chad. Are you on the same wavelength? Do you think they might pass on it here and go for the need in defensive line, or do you think they've got their quarterback and they're going to take him here?
Yeah, I think if the GM wants a short job, then that's fine. Because if you go ahead and go away from the quarterback at this position after trading all the draft capital, you might as well just pack your bags it's definitely got to be a quarterback here. If you're going to trade all that capital up, there's no reason to go get a defensive end. Defensive ends and stuff could be, and even defensive tackles could be a little deeper in this class. So I just think that this is time to go get the quarterback, because if not, somebody could draft as a backup, and maybe take your guy. So especially with their next pick being in the 40s, I think. So in my mind, it's got to be quarterback or bust.
Absolutely. And there was talk about a couple of teams maybe looking at a quarterback too, but John, this is obviously a weird question to ask you because you've just signed for this team, and this is if this is a quarterback, it's going to be the guy giving you the ball by and large. What do you have anything to say for your general manager, TJ Harper, as this pick is about to come across?
I mean, honestly, it has to be quarterback. I mean, just for them to make all these different moves and just getting that first pick, it's got to be quarterback. It's got to be quarterback. There's nothing else. I don't know what else he's trying to go for or whatever, but I got to be quarterback. Definitely.
You see there on screen the room of all the general managers and eventually players we'll see ready to get across. Paulie Truth in there as well with TJ Harper, the Seattle leadership group. Now, the last thing I'll say before this pick comes in, just because it is such a huge pick and really it does justify this draft in itself because of the historical meaning to it with the league. But there was a lot of conversation about whether or not Seattle might have had buyer's remorse with this trade, because obviously as free agency developed, all of the teams that they were perhaps worried about jumping went and signed quarterbacks. John Lakeman crossed to Charleston's. Queen City filled their void with Seattle's former quarterback in Travis Blanton, and then Canton went and grabbed Scar Patterson, the former San Diego Mavericks quarterback. But there's also something to be said that this trade potentially made those teams swallow poison pills in the sense that they had to go out and get a plan B because their plan A happened to be the quarterback that Seattle was trading up for. So that's just an alternative perspective to this trade that perhaps still means that it was valuable for Seattle, that they could ensure that they could lock this guy in. But enough discussion. We need to get this one out of the way. I'm going to introduce the man who will be running you through the next two nights, Commissioner Cameron Irvine.
Thank you, Jacob Clear. Welcome to the SFL Season 21 Rookie Draft. And with the first pick in the SFL Season 21 Rookie Draft, the Seattle Nemesis select quarterback Thai Patak, the number 2 overall selection, as it's always is San Diego. You are on the clock, Mavericks.
Well, there we go. We get the obvious one out of the way. That was obviously who we kind of who the community thought was going to go here, and it's wholly deserved. I mean, this was someone that we've probably been looking to get into the league for the last 12 months. He's such a big personality in this rookie class. He stands out in the quarterback position. But I also want to talk about, when I pass to the panel, is this build is something we haven't really ever seen in the league up until now. But with this game switch, it's definitely something that's going to be more relevant. He's 6'2", 200, and obviously progressed the scrambler animation in the SFL. The animations are out the window, but that's obviously a signal of intent by Thai Patak about how he wants to play in the SFL. But Frank, your reactions to this first overall pick, was that what you had in your mark?
Well, no, I had the defensive end, but I mean, I agree with Chad that they wouldn't do all that trading and give away so much to move up to get a defensive end. But I just thought it was a position of need, and there's not a lot of them out there. They could wait on the quarterback. But there is that threat of somebody drafting a backup, which is going to lead me to a pick here in the near future that I'll talk about. But Thai Patak is a good quarterback. I thought he was going to go last year, but he has worked and proved his worth, and he's second or third season in the minors, and now he's ready to show what he can do in the majors. And I think they got him a good guy. He's a playmaker. He's going to put the ball into John's hands and everybody else and everything. So I think it was a good pick.
Yeah, a new receiving call that added John Fullerton and also Fox Highwind crossing to Seattle in the offseason. Chad, you got the position right. Was this who you had in mind as far as quarterbacks were concerned?
Yeah, this is who I figure was going to go number one. Congrats to Thai Patak for making it to Seattle. And I agree with the build, right? This is a build that you normally don't see. He's going to be more of a mobile type of quarterback. I believe it was pointed out in the Miller mock was something about composure, right? And when you look at the build, I mean, there's not a lot of composure on this kid. So having that defensive line, that LA front set, that front four, that Vancouver front four in that division, is he going to be able to have the composure enough to stay in the pocket and make those throws to John Fullerton, for example? We're going to have to find out and see, but I still think it's a great pick. He's going to be a good prospect to be able to teach. They're not playoff team right now. They're not expected to be a playoff team right now. So be able to go out and get your guy groomed up to the SFL and what the play is compared to the minors is going to be a big key for him. So good pick.
Obviously, Seattle's still working out their identity as a team. They've had a couple of seasons where they've started to show some glimpses, and then this last offseason went aggressive in free agency. Perhaps this is the term where they get their franchise player. John, this is obviously the quarterback that you've been waiting on. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling great. Obviously, it's always been competition between me and Ty because obviously separate teams, but I kind of see him on the pros and with Seattle. I'm definitely excited for him. Obviously, I've seen him last season, this season, minors, and an officer combine. He's definitely. I'm very excited to obviously just have him on my team and definitely have him throwing some balls my way. So very excited.
Really exciting pick for Seattle. They get their franchise man, and that turns our attention. Now, this is the pick that I think everyone's kind of wondering what on earth this could possibly be, because San Diego moved a pretty similar package to get to number 2 overall, and they filled their quarterback spot just a few days ago. Johnny Pickler removing himself from ownership for just a brief moment to have a one-season loan in the Summer City. And, well, the Mavericks, they kind of filled their roster out pretty well. This pick's in, but I'm going to pass to Frank first just briefly because of his mock. What if San Diego traded all this capital in for?
Well, I put they're going to go with a running back in my mock, only because in this league it's not necessarily about stats. They do like the activity in the chat, but it's your build and it's people that you know. And Dave does a good job of planning for the future, which is to say that at one point I thought, they might take a quarterback because they got Johnny Pickler, but Johnny Pickler's on loan, basically. He's going to be leaving after this year, starting rebrand in London and all that stuff. So he's on loan. They could have gone to get a quarterback here, but again, going back to who you know, and Dave knows Hunter McWaffle, and so that's why I have them picking him at the running back spot with the second pick.
I like the Hunter McWaffle shout. That was former St. Louis Gladiators free safety Gerald Winkler coming back to the league at running back. But to save time, we're going to pass to Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the second overall pick.
With the second pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the San Diego Mavericks select running back Hunter McWaffle. Your third pick is Motor City. You are on the clock.
Look at that, Frank Wade coming in clutch with the call. Chad, was this were you on a similar wavelength with this one?
Yeah, I think that's a good pick by them. You got Sido Nakai back there. It's interesting. I mean, you're paying him $1.8 million, but with the new rules and everything, you get to be able to have this on a rookie contract for a season. So might as well get McWaffle in there and see what he can do. But I thought maybe they might go O-line here, but like I said, regardless of what they did, it's an extra pick for them to get McWaffle.
Yeah, obviously, and they may have been looking at the Revolution, who traded up who are also looking for a running back. Perhaps they wanted to move up beyond where they were to get their running back before the Revs could pick him up. John, your reactions to this pick, was that what you had in mind?
Oh, it's kind of like my background right here. I got it wrong. So, I went with offensive line on this one. Didn't really see the running back position, but I did have mcwaffle up there as far as getting picked pretty soon. But yeah, definitely for mine, on my mock draft, I went with offensive line.
Yeah, and also looking at J.W. Hartshorn's mock draft, he had offensive line as well. And it was just one of those things, you're looking at it and going, well, they've traded so much for this pick. It would have been a little questionable, I guess. Obviously, offensive line's important, but it's one of those things, if you're trading that much capital, you're probably looking at a skill position. That's what they end up going with. But we're going to turn our attention. This is Motor City. They've got the 3rd overall pick. Frank, what's the direction here for Motor City?
Well, I think they're very fortunate that San Diego did not take Logan Lee. I think they like to run the football. They got the 3 tight ends, 3 wideouts, but they're still going to want to run the football. They could go offensive line here, but they need a running back, and I think Logan Lee is going to be the guy.
Chad, are you in the same in the same way of thinking, or are we thinking offensive line again for Motor City?
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting pick, right? Because you really could go in a bunch of different directions. Obviously, like Frank said, you could go with a running back, Logan Lee, Chris Grant Jr. Those are 2 big names that pop up, right? You could go ahead and go offensive line. You only got 2 of them right now in Motor City. So, that could be a chance right there. Or you can maybe even go into the defensive side of the ball and get yourself a 3rd linebacker. So it just depends on which way they want to go. But I think Frank is probably on the right track here with probably going with at least a running back.
The reason why I say offensive line again is because they did sign 2 fullbacks to fairly big contracts. And simply put, with these new substitution rules, they could theoretically run without a running back. But John, where are you thinking with this one?
Running back too, as well. I think it's gonna be running back. I'm going with Slapp on this one. I know that's kind of leaves my teammate and all, but I'm going with Slapp on this one. It's not a Slapp, still gonna be running back.
Josh Slapp, Chris Grant Jr., another name in the running back class, but we'll find out. Commissioner Cameron Irvine with the 3rd overall pick.
Thank you, Jacob. With the 3rd overall pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Motor City V8 select offensive lineman John Smith. The 4th pick in the SFL draft, that is Los Angeles. You are on the clock.
Would you look at that? J.W. Hartshorn hit the nail on the head with that one. John Smith heading to Detroit. That's a nice pick by Alamo City. We see, rather Motor City, we see the first offensive lineman go off the board here at 3rd. Frank, not the right direction that the panel had, but what do you think? How are your reactions?
Well, you made a good point with the 2 fullbacks and the money they put in there, that you can interchange those guys. And like I said, they want to run the football, and offensive line is going to help. This new engine there's that uncertainty. Is the offensive line going to be a high value thing? Whereas in APF it was not as much until till recently. So they're thinking offensive line is needed to help that run game.
It was one of those things when we watched that combine a few weeks ago where the offensive line were put on show. You could really see the difference that these players are going to make in terms of just having that a little bit extra skill on the offensive line. But Chad, how are you feeling about this pick?
No, I think it's a great pick for them, right? I think Frank nailed it, right? If you're not going to go with the running back, I mean, you do have 2 fullbacks right now. To help that run game, you already got 3 tight ends, so where else are you going to go, right? Might as well go offensive line. So great pick for them. They get one of the top ones on the board, and, we'll see where they go from there after that.
Absolutely. Obviously, Motor City known for being a little bit obscure with their rostering and play calling. They always like to sort of challenge the norm when it comes to football standards in this league. John, again, we were all kind of off on this one, but What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I guess it you still need a good offensive line, and I think somebody like Slapp and even Logan Lee, they're going to be picked up by this team too. But obviously, they wanted to go with a different position and go with offensive line, and still a good choice. I think regardless, still a good choice for it. But
John Smith from the Madison Lynx joining the McMillan Twins with the Motor City V8s, and we cross to the LA Lycans, a team in a bit of a rough period at the moment. They were a consistent playoff team, now currently just kind of waiting to resurge, and perhaps this new era is an opportunity to get back to their best football. Frank, this is another pick that could kind of go any way we want. How are you feeling? What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, well, in my mock, I had offensive line. I got, was it Janae Nicole from San Jose being picked by them with, Smith being picked now and only 2 offensive linemen on the board. Probably going to be one of those 2 offensive linemen. They got another pick later, but the offensive line is going to be gone by then. They're looking for a backup tight end, I think, but they can get that one later.
Yeah, obviously the offensive line dime a dozen in this in the SFL, as always. There's always a bit of a short surplus. But Chad, are we seeing back-to-back offensive linemen, or are you thinking something else?
Yeah, it's back-to-back offensive linemen. With the way that their roster is built, and I think with what they want to do with the football this season, they're going to want to have a full line, or at least as full as they can get. So it's definitely got to be an offensive lineman here.
John, are you thinking the same?
yeah, basically the same as everybody else said. Back to back. I mean, there's only a few offensive linemen on here, and these guys are going right off. So it's going to be another offensive lineman. I think I have Ray Arnold right now, but offensive line for sure.
Offensive line so important in this league. We've seen several teams run out with 5 linemen after free agency. Arizona, in particular, making large investments in their line. But Commissioner Cameron Irvine, can you announce the 5th pick?
Thank you, Jacob. With the 4th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Los Angeles Lycans select offensive tackle Janae Nicole. The 5th pick is Louisiana. You are on the clock.
There we go. Frank Wayne hits the nail on the head once again. How are your thoughts on that one, Frank?
Oh, good pick. Good. It's going to be helping with the run game. They're going to get some pass protection for Sully, and he'll be able to get to his weapons down the field.
You make a good point about the run game. Logan Jack was one of the biggest running back contracts of the offseason. Chad, obviously that was the wavelength for you. How are you feeling about that one?
Yeah, I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth, right? When you pay $2.8 million to your running back in Logan Jack, I mean, you want to get as much protection around him as possible in blocking. So this is an excellent pick for them. Janae Nicole coming over there being the new left to right tackle should really be able to help that run game out a lot this season for them.
Absolutely beefing up the outside of that offensive line with the presence of some really powerful defensive ends in this league. It's going to be very important. John, same thing?
Same thing, just like Chad said. Paying a lot of money, you want that protection. They say right now you got one more offensive line, but got to hurry up and get these offensive line before they're all gone. So paying big money, you want that protection, and you got it.
Absolutely. And now let's go. Running back time. This pick, I think it's safe to assume that this is going to be a running back. Louisiana traded with Charleston to move up to the 5th overall spot. Frank, let's look at your mock. What did you have?
I've got running back, but I got Chris Grant. I didn't expect Logan Lee to be there, and they might not have thought Logan Lee was going to be there. And I thought, with Squarebush leaving, I thought another Annapolis running back was who they go after. But with Logan Lee sitting there, they might pick up Logan Lee. But in my mock, I got Chris Grant.
Yeah, Logan Lee's where the value's at, but I have a feeling that Chris Grant Jr. is still a good shout here, just simply because of the build. Louisiana have preferred to have those Annapolis powerbacks in their system. But Chad, are you following the same trajectory?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely running back. And Frank, I think was, if he didn't pick Lee in there, I think it would have been Lee. And I know that there was some other mocks, Miller mock, and I think Hartshorn may have had Logan Lee as well. Fun fact, I believe, and somebody could correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe Logan Lee was a part of Salt Lake City, right? Back in the day, Frank?
I believe so. Yes.
And who was the head coach of Salt Lake City?
I don't remember.
Ross Napoli.
Ross
Napoli was a part of the Salt Lake City franchise. He was the head coach, who is the GM co-owner of Louisiana, Ross Napoli. So my pick is Logan Lee.
Chad Rowland connecting the dots on that one. John, do you have another name you can throw out for us with this running back spot? Obviously, we've only had one taken.
I think just going with other mocks too. I went with Logan Lee on this one. I mean, obviously being this team 82, Logan Lee's put a lot of work in the minors. Just workhorse and everything else that goes with them. In my mock draft, like I went with Logan Lee, and that's just who they're going to pick, I think.
Of course, well, the pick's in. We've got the running back of the future for this revolution.
Thank you, Jacob. My dog is just slightly off camera, scared of the thunder. So, Frank, you were right. We were getting some things in the area. With the 5th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Louisiana Revolution select running back Dwayne Sammons. The 6th pick is Queen City. You are on the clock.
Well, there we go. They go value. Dwayne Sammons has been around for a minute in the Ottawa Cavalry backfield. Now he's in the Revolution backfield. Frank, this wasn't what we had. How are you feeling about this one?
Well, I to tell you the truth, I'm really not surprised because in my notes I had Chris Grant going, but I at the very end I typed in that Sammons is a strong possibility.
Well, there we go. I mean, you were halfway there on that one, Chad. Again, we were in the right path with the player. How are you? What are your thoughts on this pick?
I mean, I'm kind of surprised, I guess, maybe just because the fact it wasn't Lee. But then when you look at Sammons, I mean, he's got a little bit of speed, right? He's a strong running back. He can break tackles. He can secure the ball real well. He doesn't have that kind of top end speed, I guess, that like Logan Lee has, but because he was a balanced build, in the old days. But I think he's still going to be a guy that plays very well for them. They usually do very well with running backs in that system. So Sammons is going to a great spot, Louisiana.
And John, any thoughts to add for this one?
I mean, I think we were all in the boat, obviously, of getting them to get a running back. Obviously, you're just not a different player, but at the end of the day, they need a running back. Got one. Congrats to them.
Yeah, I mean, Dwayne Sammons has done some really good things in that Ottawa system. He crosses over to a successful franchise in the Revolution, and we cross to the team who secured all that capital from Seattle that made that number 1 pick earlier in the Queen City Corsairs. Now, obviously, they're still trying to rebuild their roster from a couple of seasons ago when it kind of all fell apart. There's a couple of different things that could go their way. They did secure their quarterback of the future in Trellis Blanton, so that's not going to be a possibility here. But Frank, what are the Corsairs going to go with here?
They can go anywhere. Wide receiver, tight end, if they want another weapon on the offensive side of the ball. I really think they're hurting on defense. I think defensive line is going to be a high value target for them. In my mock, I had them getting Ricky Phillips, a defensive end from Madison, is a possibility. But there's a few defensive ends and a couple defensive tackles that they can pick and not be wrong.
Absolutely. Ricky Phillips, Anthony Robertson, another high-value defensive end. This definitely looks like a defensive-minded pick. Chad, are you in the same camp?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think pretty much every mock has Ricky Phillips here, right? So I think it'd be an excellent pick for them. Frank's right. I mean, their defense, I think you could go get a third wide receiver. You could go get another tight end, maybe even an offensive lineman still if there's one left on the board. But right now, I think this is where you got to go with defensive end right here. Ricky Phillips would be a good one to have.
Corsairs losing first season rookie LL Vault at defensive end. He went to Canton in the offseason, so there's definitely a vacancy on the line. So important in this league. John, any thoughts to add to this one?
I'm gonna flip it a little bit, show some love to my teammate, and obviously for the position I play is obviously wide receiver. Got him go wide receiver 3 with Himothy. Himothy is a tall guy, 6'6". They already got spelling on there, 6'6". I just gotta show love to my teammate and for my position too. I got him going wide receiver.
That's a good shout. We're here for different things, man. This is what the panel's for. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick.
With the 6th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Queen City Corsairs select free safety Alex Marshall. Canton is your 7th selection. You are on the clock.
Well, there we go. I'm surprised this guy wasn't actually mentioned at all, and we probably were going to get around to it at some point because it seemed a shock last season that he went undrafted, and then obviously turns around this season, and we're thinking he's probably one of the top players in the SFL and full stop. And he goes here to the Corsairs. This is an absolute steal. Frank, are you surprised by this at all?
Well, like I said, Queen City can go anywhere, and but I wasn't thinking free safety. I was thinking defensive line. I had Alex Marshall going a little bit later in this round. I updated my mock. I had him going to Atlanta, and so I was kind of surprised. I'm glad he's been picked. He is a good player. He's a good build, and he's going to be able to run that defensive backfield for him.
Absolutely fitting nicely to that Corsairs defense coming over from the UK, one of a few players internationally in the SFLM. And I'll cross to Chad while we're watching a highlight reel. What does Alex Marshall bring to the Queen City Corsairs defense?
Well, he's definitely going to bring something they don't have at that free safety position, right? Is speed, right? I mean, they got Todd Grigsby in there, who's just at base speed when compared to Alex Marshall, who's really a well-built safety, right? I like that this past season, I believe the 7th overall pick in the last draft, they drafted G.B. Wallace, somebody that we were really high on in Indy, and pairing him with Alex Marshall, I think that's going to be an excellent defensive back into that defense for many seasons to come in the SFL. Excellent steal, excellent pick here by the Queen City Corsairs.
Awesome time. And obviously another one for culture as well. He's a really active personality in the league. John, are you shocked by this one as well, or are you, again, in the same sort of wavelength as everyone else?
I'd say a little shocked, but they are getting a great personality. I definitely like talk to here and there. He's very active. I'll definitely say that. Props to Alex. I definitely had him going in the first round, a little bit further down, but either way, they're getting a great player. They're getting somebody just that, like I said, is very active, great personality. I have a lot of respect for Alex.
Absolutely. He's, as Chad said, just such a speedy player to have in the free safety spot. He's going to line up in that nickel spot at times where he can match up against slot receivers. That could be a really nice addition to Queen City's defense. But we're going to turn our attention to Canton, who, again, this is a pick that has stayed one of the few picks in this top half of the draft that wasn't traded. Now, they secured their quarterback in the offseason with Scar Patterson, so there's a few different things that could go down here. But, Frank, what did you have in your mock?
In my mock, I've got him going defensive back. I've got him going with Andre Tucker out of Lexington. He can play in the slot. He can cover a slot receiver, maybe even a flexed out tight end. Good build, good typical cornerback build. that they put in there. But I do want to throw out there, they've got 4 offensive linemen, and there's 1 offensive lineman left if they want to shore up that 5th spot.
Absolutely. We've seen a few teams that have taken 5 linemen into the start of the season. Chad, this is what this one's open for you. Where are they going?
Yeah, this one's kind of a confusing one, right? Because they got a lot of pieces in a lot of places, but I think there's one little particular spot that they have that might be able to be filled that nobody may talk about is tight end, right? When you look at, obviously, they could take a 5th lineman in there, right? And I agree with Frank. I think that could be a possibility. But with how even thin as the tight end position is, there are a lot of tight ends there, but there's a big fall off, right? And I think Chase Matthews is that last piece before it starts to fall off. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was a Chase Matthews pick here, but I could also see offensive line as well.
There's Mike All, the Canton Classics GM, making the pick for us tonight. They're worth noting, actually, before I cross to John Fullerton, that Canton had 2 SFL players on their staff across the course of the season. They had Josh Durr, the strong safety out of San Jose, and also Caleb Giffus, the wide receiver out of Lincoln. I think they both did stats. And obviously Canton have got a real history of picking up players as staff members in the SFL and then going on to draft them. They did that with Bob Lung last season. I think there was another one that's not coming to mind at the moment, but they've got a real habit of picking out their guys prior to the draft, having them serve on the team as staff members, and eventually bringing on the player as well. So really smart recruitment strategy from Mike All and Christian Alacio there with the Classics. John, have you got any final names to throw in? Give us something different.
I was thinking more defensive back. Chad did bring up a good point too by tight end position too. That definitely has me thinking that they could go that way too. Shout out to Michael out there as well. But yeah, maybe defensive back. But Chad got me switching over to tight end now for my pick. So.
Could well be a tight end to take up the spot that was taken by Bob Lung previously. He switches to wide receiver. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick.
With the 7th pick of the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Canton Classics select middle linebacker Dimitri Montzuma. The 8th pick of the draft belongs to Baltimore. You are on the clock.
Wow. Well, there we go. Isn't it great when the panel is completely wrong? Frank, none of us were really anywhere close to this. How are you feeling about this one?
I am surprised. They're going with another inside linebacker. I don't know if they're going to try to run a 3-4 or, defense with 4 linebackers. I don't know, just having them for backup purposes or whatever. But I thought a 6th defensive back, or I do like Chad's idea with that tight end. I thought those are 2, places they would go.
Obviously, it's a nice position to be in for Canton, only looking at their backup positions now, but obviously they must be doing something right, or he must be doing something right to have pushed up this far in a mock draft, and also to be taken by a team that probably had other needs across their roster. But Chad, your reactions?
Yeah, I'm surprised, right? Obviously, I thought maybe tight end. Frank's idea was decent too, but I think if they would have went middle linebacker, I think maybe they would have went DJ Woods, but it is what it is. DJ Woods has 6 tackles for loss this past season, over 40 tackles. He's a great player. But maybe this could be a character pick, right? Canton's all about the characters in the locker room and stuff. So that could be what we got here. But either way, kind of a surprising pick for them to go middle linebacker, considering Gronick didn't really sign till late. So I thought maybe that would be the replacement, but they're going to go 4 linebackers. So we'll see what they do this season on defense.
Obviously joins a linebacking core that features a new face in Kevin Brackett, who joined from Charleston in the offseason. John, any late thoughts for this one?
I guess I was somewhat right, just not defensive back, but defense-wise. But definitely shout out to Montzuma. Obviously fellow rattlesnake. Talked to him many times too, and I think they're definitely getting good person, good character, just like Chad said as well. It's a little surprising, but definitely getting a great player.
Absolutely. Frank, we're going to turn our attention to your previous champions, the Baltimore Vultures. They traded as well. They got this pick from Denver, another trade that sort of saw a lot of back-end capital getting shifted for Baltimore to move up here. So this is interesting. Baltimore have obviously got their sights on something very important for the future of their franchise as we enter this new era. How are you? What are your thoughts, Frank?
Well, how do you beat the Baltimore Vultures? So you switch the game up on them, and hopefully that works. But they've got, unless Chad sees something he can point it out to me, they've got just about everything they need. So I think they're going to try something a little different that they don't, usually focus on, and that's that last offensive lineman. I think Ray Arnold's still out there, and maybe they can help with the run game with adding that offensive lineman.
Offensive line, a real possibility here, and obviously we've still got running back could be a possibility. J.W. Hartson had Chris Grant Jr. going here. Chad, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Frank. I think, if you're looking at it, you could be focusing on an offensive lineman. I think, but the interesting part is you trade up, right? You trade up to 8. And either you're going to, offensive lineman does make sense, but what if they draft a backup for Warren Murray, right? What if they just go ahead and say, you know what, Chris Grant Jr., come on over, right? I think that'd be an excellent pick for them to be able to have that two-headed monster back there, Warren Murray and Chris Grant Jr. But if they go offensive line, wouldn't be surprised. If they go running back, that's where I wouldn't be surprised either.
And it would give them 2 different kind of archetypes at running back as well to kind of use. They would get a power back and Chris Grant Jr. to sort of run in those heavy sets and let Warren Murray kind of make his way on the outside. John, anything to add? Give us something a little bit different.
I think offensive line. I think they're gonna grab that last person, back up that line, and honestly just keep that protection. Like everybody says, they already got everything else. They could go running back, second running back, but I think just for it, offensive line, take the last person, put it on the line, stack it up.
Absolutely. Late shout. Could be another inside linebacker, give someone to partner Frank Smith on the inside of their linebacking core. Could be running back, could be offensive line. Commissioner Cameron Irvine, tell us.
Thank you, Jacob. With the 8th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Baltimore Vultures select offensive lineman Ray Arnold. The 9th pick belongs to the Florida Storm. You are on the clock.
Good job paneling consensus on that one pretty much. Frank, what can you tell us about Ray Arnold and the offensive lineman going to the Baltimore Vultures?
Just a big body that's going to be able to move some people. It's going to help with the run game, and I put in my notes that he's going to be able to protect Jack Whitmore, and Jack gets rid of the ball quick anyway. At least he did in the old game. He got rid of the ball really quick, but he's going to be able to protect him and open up that run game for Warren Murray.
Awesome landing spot for Ray Arnold, the final offensive lineman on the board this season. Chad, your reactions?
Yeah, not surprised. Like I said, Ray Arnold's actually going to come in and be that right tackle, right, just because of the fact of that, with Jack Whitmore being a left-handed quarterback. So he's going to be able to be that blind side ordeal. His blocking skills are better than anybody they've got on there right now coming in. So an excellent pick for them. The rich get richer, I guess, if you want to say that for Baltimore.
Baltimore adds another lineman to a team. I believe they were the landing spot for the Bleecker twins that left Jacksonville in the offseason, crossing over to the champions. John, any late thoughts?
Yeah, like you said, just you already have a stacked team like that, and with offensive line, you said where you can kind of just use one more. There you go. Take that last one off the board, stack on, just like Chad said, the rich get richer or whatever, and you're the last person. There you go.
Absolutely. Well, Florida are our next stop, a team that did hit 23. They've got a little bit of cap left over in the pot, and a couple of needs here that they could potentially go with to round out their roster as we sort of progress through the draft. But Frank, what did the Sim Scouts have for Florida?
I put them going defensive line. You still got some top quality defensive line guys out there, and I've got them going Gerald Cumbus, but Anthony Robertson is still out there, and it's Ricky Phillips is there, and so we can. I expect to see one of those guys go.
There's so many possibilities when it comes to defensive line. We've got the pick. Chad, I'll let you kind of run through quick. Have you got a shout?
Yeah, real quick. I think it's going to be linebacker here, right? And I can never say his name correctly to save my life, but DJ Kilgane, I can't ever say it right. But anyway, the linebacker from Lexington, I think he'd be an excellent pick here, right? DJ Woods be another one to be an excellent pick. They got 4 down linemen right now, so after a disappointing offseason in my mind for Florida, I think they have to go linebacker here.
Obviously, they lost Stephen Black in the offseason to Minnesota, so there's a vacancy there. John, any late shouts?
Linebacker.
I like,
basically it.
I like the call of linebacker. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick.
With the 9th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Florida Storm select outside linebacker Jesus Smith. Portland, you are on the clock with the 10th overall pick.
There we go. I need to be calling out from this mock because that's another one that JW Hartshorn hit the nail on the head with that one. I'm going to pass to John because you didn't get much of an opportunity to sort of talk about it as you watch these highlights. What does Jesus Smith bring to the Florida Storm defense?
I think it was actually funny because I actually was about to call that out too. I was going to say that to him off of JW's mock and kind of just me looking at it too. I was going to pick Jesus Smith too. Obviously, I think it's just a good pick. Like I said, add another linebacker to that, someone good. I was kind of going to go with DJ Woods on that one, but Jesus Smith, great pick. Definitely linebacker needed. So.
See there in those clips, he's more of an agile linebacker. He's going to move across really nice. Particularly, you see there, he's defending some screens really nice. Chad, how are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody was consensus, right? We had linebacker on the board. Didn't see Jesus going this high, but kudos to him. Congrats to him. Seems like a nice guy. We had some conversations with him as well when we were doing our net, reaching out for the draft. So, congrats to him. I think he'll be a good pick there in Florida, and he should be able to provide them something they don't have. So, congrats.
You saw there a clip from the new game, Stuff on the Run. Florida does a really good job of that. Some historic players on their line and in their linebacking core that have historically been really good run stoppers. He joins that group. And we're going to cross to, I believe, Portland are up next at 10. Frank, how are you feeling about the Portland fleet here? An almost complete roster. Another team looking at a backup.
Well, I kind of lost my train of thought, and I was talking about Portland instead of talking about Florida. My apologies to Florida. I did have them in my mock picking an outside linebacker. Congratulations to Smith. It wasn't him that I had him going. I had him going Marcus Benson at outside linebacker, but it's Columbus who Cumbus I've got going to Portland at the defensive end from Lexington.
Good call. And Portland, another team with a linebacker vacancy. This could be where DJ Woods goes. Chad, your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting pick, right? I'm not sure exactly where they're at roster-wise. I think they're full at 23. I mean, what if you try to just go outside the norm and go with a top wide receiver in the draft, right? Because here's the interesting thing. I mean, you got 4 wide receivers, but I mean, Scott Johnson was a halfback that turned into a wide receiver. That was just an odd move there by them. So really, truly, you only got 3 in my mind right now. So maybe trying to get that that wide receiver that has some high value, that could be something they go for. But I could also see them go defensive end here as well.
Yeah, that was a really interesting signing to bring it up there, that Scott Johnson transitioned from running back to wide receiver. John, could this be something left field, like a wide receiver?
I would say wide receiver. I think you have already plenty enough on the roster. I can see DJ Woods going. I will say for this one, I see DJ Woods going. Someone that's active. Obviously, spoken to him a few different times here and there, and great character, great person. I see DJ Woods going.
Absolutely. This is the first time that the panel has been before the pick. But yeah, look, and we've been waiting for DJ Woods for a moment, and this could be potentially where he ends up. And perfect timing, Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce Portland's selection.
With the 10th pick in the SFL Season 21 SFL Rookie Draft, the Portland Fleet select offensive lineman Tyler Spencer. The 11th pick is Arizona. You are on the clock.
Well, there we go. What happened there? That one slipped through. There was another offensive lineman still available, and Portland have gone and picked him up. Now, that could be a really valuable selection, especially given where the others have gone. It's probably he wasn't going to fall much further, and Portland take their chance. Frank, again, we were sort of, some of us were on the thought of an offensive player. Did you expect offensive line?
Did not expect offensive line. They pull one out of the hat, pull a little magic, and get an offensive lineman to help the running game. Ezekiel Love, he's a good running back. They poured some money into him, so they want to be able to open up some holes for him to run through, and picking Spencer is going to do that for him.
So the Portland, the team historically, there's invested heavily in their offensive line. Chad, how are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, it's an interesting pick. Like I said, they could have went wide receiver there possibly. Defensive end was a need, right? You got 3 down linemen, but I guess if there's one on the board left, you could go get that last coveted prize, right? So good pick for them at offensive line to be able to protect Ezekiel Love, who's the main focal point of that offense.
John, again, you were kind of in the ballpark of defense. I think you were thinking this is not what you had in mind. What are your thoughts?
I say Spencer definitely slipped through the cracks on that one. I think if I would have realized, I don't know what I was smoking, but I think if I would have realized Spencer was there, yeah, I could have seen offensive line for sure. Just looking at their roster too, they only had a few different offensive lines, so I think this is an okay pick to go with for sure.
Speaking of offensive line, Eddie Gage invested in 5 of them this offseason, including Gene Benazzi, who he paid, I think, 6 digits to come over from Denver. Brought over Igor Barbatov as well to join Patrick Kelly, Sean Crooked, and EJ DeQ on the line for Arizona. Traditionally a really good draft. Frank, what have you got mocked here to Arizona?
Well, I think Eddie will be one of the first ones to tell you that defense wins championships. I don't, some say that possibly an inside linebacker might be a pick, but I went with defensive back. He's got his pick of the litter there. He's got 5 defensive backs right now, 3 corners. He can go anywhere from free safety to corner, but I've got him picking Roy Towers out of Ottawa.
Yeah, it's a good pick. Roy Towers, a second season player at cornerback. Chad, this is obviously someone you know well. Can you give us any intel?
I don't know if I can give you any intel. I don't get all the secrets, right? But I will say this. Just looking off their roster, and I can see Frank's point, right? Eddie is all about defense, winning defense. Defense wins championships. He's got a really good back end of that defense right now. I can see a 4th corner there, but I don't see that's the pick here. They've got some picks already in this. I believe they have a pick later on in the 1st round. That's where you could go get that corner. Right now, I think there's getting ready to be a run of wide receiver. Let Arizona start the wide receiver trend, right? Let them go right here with the guy that I called a lot of games for, this season in the SFLM, and that's Ryan Arlovsky. I think that's going to be an excellent pick for them at this pick here.
Yeah, Ryan Arlovsky, a really popular pick leading into this draft. And obviously, we haven't seen any wide receivers or tight ends for that matter. So Eddie has a pick of the litter in that regard. John, are you in the same way of thinking here with an offensive star?
I would say, yeah, wide receiver. I can see definitely Chad, no insider trading, you know what I mean? Insider information, but I can see wide receiver. Ryan would be a good pick. I get props to my boy Himothy, though. Another big guy, 6'6". I mean, you already look at, you know, both their two wide receivers on Arizona, 6'6", and another one, other wide receiver, 6'2". So see Himothy going, big frame, big boy. Definitely wide receiver just for somebody for Ms. Jackson to throw to.
Absolutely. We've got Ryan Arlovsky. We've got also Caleb Giffus to bring him up again. Ricky Spider was a really active character across the community. Ian Francis is another one that jumps out wide receiver wise, but could also be a tight end to join Will Todd in the offense for Arizona. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce Arizona's selections.
With the 11th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Arizona Scorpions select tight end Thomas LeClaire. The 12th pick is Sioux Falls. You're on the clock. However, we have a trade. Sioux Falls is trading back from the 12th pick, and in exchange getting the 41st and 45th picks from Louisiana. Louisiana is now on the clock at pick number 12.
All right, lots to talk about here. First tight end off the board, it's Thomas LeClaire. I think a couple of us probably would have had him at tight end 1 in terms of rookie rankings, and we're going to see some highlights here. Frank, what does Thomas LeClaire add to the Arizona offense?
I have Thomas LeClaire going to Arizona with that second pick in the first round. So I was correct on that, just with the second instead of the first pick. He's one of 3 of the tight ends that I think are first round material, and it's a good pick, good value. He's going to be able to help block the edge, and so DJ Moses can run some outside runs. He's going to get to that second level on the linebackers to help the run game, and he's also sure-handed and a good route runner, so he'll be able to be effective in the passing game as well.
And he loves a player who can do more than what his role kind of suggests. Chad, is this will kind of in the right way of thinking here with wide receiver? It's a tight end instead. What are your thoughts on this pick?
I mean, if you can read my face right now, it's woo, that's I don't like it. I don't like it. I think that Will Todd. I mean, and this is no slight to Eddie, right? But I mean, they barely get Will Todd the ball. I mean, hopefully they're not looking at him as a guy that's going to be a ball catching guy. I think there's other tight ends that would have been better than this. I think you still could have got a wide receiver right there as well. Like I said, not a fan of this selection. Everybody can't get everything right according to the panel in my mind. So I think this is going to be a move that goes down as a very high reach for Arizona. Not a great selection.
There we go, Chad Rowland. I'm sure you'll be hearing about that one.
Oh, I'm sure
in the next show. Yeah, that's going to cost you. But I will say, I reckon DJ Moses will be loving this pick. He's already got a full offensive line again, like we said, with a center worth about $1 million, I think, with Gene Benazzi and the rest of the crew on the line for Arizona. John, it's another run blocker potentially for Arizona. What are your thoughts?
For Chad, just say with your chest. You know what I mean? Definitely. I mean, I think we were still in the ballpark of somebody offensive. Like I said, I was thinking more wide receiver, obviously, but tight end, 6'5", 220. It's okay pick. Like I said, again, Chad and Eddie with Duke it out and whatnot. But either way, like I said, I think we're just some of us are still on the same board as offensive players. So it's not too bad to get another tight end. So.
Absolutely. Arizona gets their tight end, and we cross to this trade. I mean, it's kind of spur of the moment, but Louisiana being aggressive, Sioux Falls gets some more capital that they needed. They only have 18 players rostered, so they need extra picks to get up and get players onto the team. That's a nice trade for both parts. Frank, well, this kind of shakes everything up. What could the Revolution be moving up for?
Well, I'm glad to see them being aggressive. Obviously, there's somebody sitting there that they really want and feel that they need. You look at their roster with the drafting of the halfback with their first pick, and their roster is pretty much set. So unless you're thinking of an inside linebacker, that they signed Gary Clem, outside linebacker, in the offseason, you could be looking for maybe a backup inside linebacker. I don't see tight end. Could be wide receiver. I just don't know. They've got 4 wide receivers on the roster now. I don't know where they're going unless they're feeling like maybe they're maybe snagging another running back, because they were one of the first teams to go with the 2 running backs. So a running back, Logan Lee's still there, and Chad connected the dots earlier. So that's also a possibility.
That is a really good shout, and look, could be anything. You're absolutely right. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick.
With the 12th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Louisiana Revolution select running back Chris Grant Jr. The DC Dragons have the 13th selection. You're on the clock.
Well, there we go. We got that one right in the end. Ethan Muslin on camera there, the general manager of the Revolution. Happy with that one. He obviously gets both of his guys at the running back spot. Wasn't prepared to wait any longer to pick up his RB2. Chad, we were kind of looking at this one earlier. Is this the right move?
Yeah, I think this is the right move. I mean, Ross has been making trades. Ross in that front office has been making trades to get a bunch of capital in this first 2 rounds, right? They're able to take 2 of those second-round picks, flip it for a first here with Sioux Falls, who desperately needs picks. And if Sammons wasn't their guy in the beginning, or if they really just couldn't figure out which one they wanted, well, they got both. So they've ran a 2-back system before with Square Bush and Colin Hart at the time. So I think this is an excellent, excellent move here for Louisiana. Bravo.
Absolutely. John, anything like to add to this one?
I would say I could see the reason why for a second, obviously for a second running back, especially that you just dropped the first one. Obviously, I would say regardless, I think it's a good pick. I had a linebacker obviously going here, but before me, obviously all this trade stuff, I had something different. But I could have seen linebacker, but of course, that's not bad to get a second running back too. Just have that backup, obviously.
Absolutely. We cross our attention to the Atlantic again. DC with their first selection in this draft. They've got a little bit of extra cap left over as well. They're at 23.3 million, 23 players signed on. Frank, what could DC do here?
Well, first of all, I had Louisiana picking Chris Grant earlier. Does that still count? Do I get credit?
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
DC, where can we go here? I had them picking the last offensive lineman. Are there any more offensive linemen out there? I don't think so. But you could possibly see there a 4th receiver, first one off the board here, or maybe another defensive back. I'm thinking their 2 needs are right there.
Absolutely. It is interesting we haven't seen any wide receivers taken yet, but also the introduction of the wide receiver 3 back into the SFL means that teams don't necessarily need to go out and get one straight away if they don't need it. Chad, what could Destro be doing here?
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting pick too, right? Because DC obviously coming in here, they got a few spots that they can fill, but I think they'll probably. I think they could go wide receiver here, right? Just go get a. I keep preaching for a wide receiver by these teams. Someday somebody's going to pick one, I swear. But yeah, I think Chris Britton's their GM now. He came from us last season, so I got a lot of confidence in that guy. I know what he can do. So I can see a 4th wide receiver here for them.
a great recruiter, Chris Britton, coming over from Indy, as you mentioned. And yeah, I mean, look, I think we kind of thought that offensive line was the major need coming into this point for DC. They miss out on that spot. John, what could be the plan B if offensive line was plan A?
Defensive back. That's what originally I have. I agree with JW with Andre Tucker. Now, kind of looking at it, you say wide receiver, but I think they did. I think I can see a defensive back. Right, so they can go back around, get a wide receiver. Like you said, there's so many of them now and whatnot. And especially, they might be switching up their strategy now since a lot of wide receivers aren't going right now too. So I would say defensive back first.
Good call. Give us something a little bit different. Perfect timing by the panel. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick.
With the 13th pick in the Season 21 SFL Rookie Draft, the DC Dragons select cornerback Xavier Rue III. The 14th pick belongs to Charleston. You are on the clock.
I am on the clock. Thank you, Cam. Frank, it was John that kind of hit the nail on the head with the position. We thought wide receiver might have been going here. It's not. We get a cornerback. What are your thoughts on this pick? What does he add to the DC defense?
A defensive back is one of the suggestions I had, and they've got two corners on the roster. This is going to give them the ability to put him in the slot, cover a slot receiver, a flexed out tight end, rangy guy, rangy body, and everything, and with some speed. So he's going to help them in the slot very well.
Absolutely. Chad, what does he add to this DC defense that's got, I believe this is at 6, defensive back? How are you feeling about this one?
No, I think it's a good pick, right? I mean, you got plenty of defense back there for sure. Obviously with, you got 2 corners and you got 3 safeties. So adding your 6 DB in there, it'll protect, because that's a pass-happy division, right? So being able to protect the back end of that with good pass defenders is key. So good pick there by DC.
Absolutely. A team with some quality quarterbacks. Matt South coming back to Carolina. John Lakeman, the new face in Charleston. Obviously, Jack Wigmore as well in Baltimore. There's a really competitive division, the Atlantic, especially given that Carolina was so good last season, really surged forward. DC have always been really consistent. And obviously, you've got the ever-presence of Baltimore and Charleston, who are about to pick now, also in the division, who are the most active in free agency across the course of the offseason. I'm going to start with you, John. What could Charleston be doing here at pick 14?
With Charleston, I have them going defensive end. To see Anthony Robertson going. Yeah, I could definitely see defensive end.
Absolutely. The pick has been submitted from my end, waiting for the league to process it. Chad, try and read my mind.
I know, right? Do I want to climb inside your mind and read it, Jacob? I'm not sure.
Blink twice.
I don't know. I mean, looking at your roster, right? You've already got a full offensive line. I mean, that's whatever. I could see you possibly drafting a wide receiver, right? With the fall of wide receiver, maybe go get your 4th, right? I could either see wide receiver 4 or I could see defensive end. Ricky Phillips is still there as well. So that could be an interesting pick if that's the case. Anthony Robertson or Ricky Phillips, or you go get a 4th wide receiver like a Ryan Arlovsky, for example.
Plenty of talent at both the wide receiver and defensive end positions. Could be inside linebacker as well. There's a vacancy there, and obviously with the new substitution packages, it's another inside linebacker. There's a lot of possibilities there. Frank, any late thoughts? What did you have mocked?
I had defensive end, and they're all out there. So whoever you need me to stall so you can get your pick. Or, defensive end is where I would go. There's, like I said, there's plenty out there. You got a spot open for defensive end. You got Jack Brown, an inside linebacker, unless you're wanting another inside linebacker for a 3-4 look. But I'm thinking defensive end.
I'm pulling your leg a little bit. I'm not even making the pick. It's I've got Janae Hartshorn, new co-GM in Charleston, along with Terrell Sutherland, have been working on the recruitment in the SFL for the last couple of months in particular. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick.
With the 14th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Charleston Predators select defensive end Anthony Robertson. The 15th pick is Mexico City. You are on the clock.
There we go. John Fulton gets it 100% right, and I can tell you with certainty this has been General Manager Terrell Sutherland's guy for the last 2 or 3 months. So I've just been hearing nothing but this guy's name, and he's kind of been our target for a while. And the fact that we could trade back with the Revolution, get another first-round pick next season, and still pick him up here at 14 is a massive result for us. But Frank, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, I had Anthony Robinson as first defensive end taken, and that was the very first pick of the draft. So he is still the very first pick defensive end taken, and you got a good one. He's 6'4", 270-something pounds. Can put pressure on the quarterback and also can set the edge. And he's I think Sutherland and y'all have done a great job in getting this guy.
I had defensive end was kind of the thought across the board. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, excellent pick by you guys. Looks like the Miller had it correctly picked as well with Anthony Robertson going there. So a guy that had 2.5 sacks last season, 3 tackles for loss. He's really just an all-around build type of defensive end, right? He's got excellent pass rushing, run stopping skills. With your front seven only needing that one piece, I think this is the guy that can come in and be a good weapon for you. So excellent pick here for Charleston.
It's always nice to have pick the litter when it comes to a position like defensive end, and we had a feeling that there might be a real rush on early of defensive linemen with the lack of availability, but Charleston gets the number 1 on the board, or at least on their board, as we have another look at the draft war room with the Aztecs on the clock. Any thoughts from you, John, on Anthony Robertson? You got it right.
Just great pick. It's a fellow Rattlesnake member, teammate. Just like JW on the motor draft went defensive end, I was looking at too, and obviously that's what I felt comfortable with. It's a great teammate. You guys definitely get a good person down there.
So let me see there. Mike Daggs and in part of the ownership group now with Mexico City, along with Ramos Lynn. They're together in the same war room, about to make this pick for the Mexico City Aztecs. They stay put. They've got 3 picks tonight with a 23-man roster. They haven't moved out of this 15 spot. Frank, it was the first time, I believe, in franchise history they missed the playoffs last season, Mexico City. What do they need to do here in order to get back in?
Well, with Mike Daggs being part of the ownership group, and he's, when I started in this league, he was the tight end that I focused on trying to build my guy like. I think he likes the tight end. They need a second tight end. They could get a defensive back here. I think they've only got 4, 2 corners, a free safety, and a strong safety. Defensive back could be the answer, or they can go tight end here.
Defensive back's definitely the shout. This is where Alex Marshall went in JW Hartshorn's mock. Obviously, he went well earlier, but there's still, I believe, plenty of talent at the defensive back position. It's a quick pick by Mexico City. We're going to cross to Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick.
Thank you, Jacob. With the 15th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Mexico City Aztecs select tight end Navante Richardson. The 16th pick is Fort Worth by way of San Diego, by way of Jacksonville. You are on the clock.
There we go. We got Frank was in that ballpark with tight end. Obviously, Mike Daggs retiring his player and Bill Henry becoming the number 1 option in Mexico City. They go out and grab their new tight end too. Chad, how are you feeling about this one? What does second tight end add to the Aztecs offense?
Yeah, I think this is a good pick for them. They've always had that 2 tight end set. With Mike Daggs and whoever else you can throw around him, right? This past season, I don't think they did, if I remember correctly. So you go back to it right now. You got Bill Henry in there as your tight end 1. You get Navante Richardson in there as your tight end 2. He doesn't jump out really skill-wise to me, but one of the things he does well is run blocking, right? And what does Mexico City have? They got 2 really good running backs in Ray Bentley and Phoenix Jones. So this guy is not going to be able to maybe develop into a pass rushing or pass catching type of tight end, But right now, he's got the skills to be able to make an impact in that run blocking scheme. So this is a good pick for them.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the thoughts here of the Aztecs coaching department with Ramos Lynn is to just get a bit more size on that line and get some more run blocking forward for the two talented running backs that they've got, including Hall of Famer Ray Bentley. John Fullerton, any late thoughts for this pick by Mexico City?
I went with defensive back first. I mean, like I said, they had 18 picks, so they could have came around, and I had Devontae Richardson as the 18th pick anyways. But obviously, they wanted to hurry up and get him right now. Shout out to Richardson, obviously fellow rattlesnake too. Great player, obviously talked to him before too, and everything like that. But great pick, like I said, just go to tight end.
Absolutely. Mexico City grabbing the second best available tight end in the Thorndale Richardson. And we cross our attention now to Fort Worth. As Cam said, this pick was traded around a little bit in that trade for between San Diego and Jacksonville initially, and now it ends up in the hands of Fort Worth. They've got 21 players rostered. Only 2 picks tonight. There's going to be more activity from them tomorrow in the back end, and they've got a little bit of cap left. But this is another team that's got quite a few different gaps that they could try and fill here with this first pick for them in the draft at 16, as we see Robert Garrett Jr., not Robert Garrett Jr., that's Aaron Alexander, the brains trust for Fort Worth. The general manager has been there for a few seasons, also their fullback. A great personality as well. He's going to be, I'm sure, well on top of it in terms of the character he's bringing in. Frank, what could Fort Worth be doing here to fill up one of their holes?
So I got them in my mock. I got them going outside linebacker with a good Fort Worth name, Logan Thronberg. That just fits in Fort Worth. That's a guy that can come in immediately and be a disruptor on defense for them. But there are other good outside linebackers available. I think it's going to be one of them.
That was who was on the heartbreaker mock as well for this pick. Chad, is it outside linebacker, or can you give me something different?
Yeah, I could easily see outside linebacker here, right? And I think Frank kind of nailed it right there with who you got. But I mean, Moxie Crawford is somebody maybe you can look at, right? DJ Woods is in there. DJ Klingon is in there as well. So, there's a lot of options right there outside linebacker. I think if they wanted to go for it, they can go ahead and get it now, and I think it'd be a good pick. Hill Gannon, thank you, Hill Gannon. Don't laugh at me, Cam.
Cam couldn't resist the opportunity.
He could not at all. Anything you got from me, that's what he's going to do.
Awesome. And look, I mean, to your point, Chad, this is a team that's very pass dominant with a quarterback like Marcus Dunhill. This could also be a spot where we finally see a receiver get taken. This is a team that's carried 3 wide receivers for a while. I believe they don't have a 4th yet. That could be also another possibility here. John, what could you see the Toros doing here?
Well, I guess courtesy of me, that's why they have 3 wide receivers right now. But no, shout out to Fort Worth Toros. Like I said, they were my team. Obviously, I drafted me last year. I can see them going wide receiver corner. They got Caleb Giffus, Timothy. I think it's definitely going to be at least a wide receiver, Ryan. You also got Ricky, but I think for sure it's still going to be a wide receiver. Like I said, they did the same thing last year with me when they picked me up, and then this year, I think they're going to go wide receiver.
That's true. I was trying to think. I was like, did they have a wide receiver through or not? And then I remembered they did, and you got swapped by Seattle in free agency. So that is a vacancy there at that WR4 spot. And like we said, with a team that has traditionally been very pass heavy, perhaps even more so in this new game. Fort Worth, Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick.
With the 16th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Fort Worth Toros select linebacker Sonny Sky. Las Vegas is on the clock with pick 17.
There we go. We should have stuck with their gut there on the pick. It was the need rather than the want, and they get their linebacker and a great name at that. Frank, your thoughts on this pick?
Good pick. Sonny Sky is another name that fits in Fort Worth. but they needed an outside linebacker. They got a good one. I would have gone probably DJ Klingong, according to Chad. But this guy's, the size and the speed that they need over there at Fort Worth.
Absolutely, and like they get the guy that they needed, and obviously they still had pretty much the pick of the litter. I think we've only had 1 or 2 linebackers go to this point, so still plenty of talent available at that position. They get their guy. Chad, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I think Sonny Sky's a great pick. Somebody that, frankly for us, we were really hot on as well. So, had some great conversations with Sonny. So, congrats. And, Fort Worth's a great place to land. But they'll be able to shift them around to the outside, maybe be that all around linebacker there. But, excellent pick there for Fort Worth.
John, this is your former team. It's not the receiver, but your thoughts on the outside linebacker pick?
Yeah, of course, like you said, not the wide receiver pick. Obviously going with what they need, like you said, over the need, what they want. Obviously, you still go back down to the other draft picks, get a wide receiver later on, but obviously they need a linebacker. Go with that.
Absolutely. We cross our attention now to Las Vegas, who took their time filling out their roster, but they did get to 23. They've got a little bit more cap left, but they got to the minimum, so they themselves are now looking at a backup position. There's a defensive line opening, though. I think this is what we're going to end up going with in consensus. Is just who we think it may be for the Fury. We've only seen one lineman go on the defensive side of the ball. Frank, who have you got mocked here for Las Vegas?
I've got defensive tackle Stephen Forbes. He's a big body, 6'6", 325, run stuffer, a hole filler. He's going to be a big plus for Las Vegas there. It's just I don't want to say, one thing that you mentioned cap space, and that's another thing that we got to look at on these guys with their value and stuff like that, who can fit in that cap space. But I think Vegas is going to get a good run stuffer with this fella here.
Absolutely. It's something to pay attention to. Some teams got to the 23 player minimum. I think Vegas are one of those teams that got there in the end with the 23 players, meaning that all of these rookies taken by that team tonight don't count against the cap for the first season. We've got the pick from Vegas. We'll come back to that after Commissioner Cameron O'Brien has announced it.
With the 17th pick in the SFL's Season 21 rookie draft, the Las Vegas Fury select fullback Brad Taylor Wright. Mexico City is back on the clock with pick number 18.
Well, there we go. I know we didn't cross to the rest of the panel, but I think it's safe to say that I don't think anyone would have forked out a fullback call, at least not this early. But Vegas, they didn't run with one last season, I believe, and now they brought it out. Hubbard Kimbrell moved to halfback last season after originally being a fullback. They go and get another fullback now. John, I'm going to start with Chad rather. Was this where you were going to think, or were we kind of in consensus on defensive line?
Yeah, I was thinking defensive line. I wouldn't have thought fullback this early, but kudos to them. And one thing I think that Frank kind of brought up a little bit was the cap, right? And so you got to be able to fit under that cap. I don't know exactly how much they have right now. They may have a full roster, but like I said, if they're not a full roster right now, they got to think about that cap space. So good pick for them. They're going to get the top fullback in the board, right? So kudos to them. And like I said, but defensive line, they could probably get a little bit later on.
Only $300K left in cap space for the Fury, so this is a pick that if those 23 players aren't enough to get them to the point where they can have 3 rookies for the first season, they can effectively fill up that void here with a fullback. John, this is an offensive player. Did you have this mocked, or was it defensive line as well?
Defensive line, just like Chad. Figured they'd go defensive line. Obviously, I didn't really see a fullback going. Like I said, quite early, just like Chad said. me, it's there. And you don't have the position right there. Hurry up and get that person, and then you're good. But definitely, I thought defensive line first.
Yeah, it was an interesting pick by Vegas, and we cross back to Mexico City. They hold the rights to this pick originally from Chad Rollins in the Ramblers. As we see again, the war room with Mike Daggs in control of the Aztecs draft picks. They took a tight end earlier. We can sort of talk about another backup position that they could potentially fill here. Frank, what could they do?
Well, they got their tight end with the first pick, and Mike Daggs. I knew he was going to go. I just had a feeling he was going to go that way, and so I'm thinking defensive back here is another like a nickel or dime guy, and what better guy to lock up a receiver than Sammy Seatbelt?
I love the call. It could be a defensive back. They have a opening for another corner or a safety at that spot. Chad, it could be anything here. Have you got anything different to give us?
Yeah, it really could go any direction, right? But I'm actually gonna follow the Miller mock of what they should have done with the pick before was Antoine Joe, right? Antoine Joe coming from Lincoln, obviously with the situation they got with corners. I mean, he was leading the SFL with 5 interceptions. So this is a guy that can really make an impact, as we can see.
Absolutely good. Mexico City, a team that historically has carried some really, really good corners. John, have you got anything different to give us? There's a few different directions that this pick could go in.
Before we get to John, we have a trade. So John can react to the trade. Alamo City has traded their 18th overall pick and their 69th overall pick in this draft to Alamo City. Alamo City gets the 18th and 69th selections. Mexico City will get the 21st pick and Alamo City's second and third rounder next season. Alamo City is your new pick 18. Mexico City down to 21.
Well, and there's all that good work there by the panel. That's aggressive trading as well by Alamo City, giving up 2 mid-range picks next season to get up to this point. They're a team with a really complete roster. We've been sort of talking about they are another team, I believe, who got to the point where they have a full offensive line. So they've got a lot of depth of talent available to them. John, a complete new shake-up, another on-air trade. What could the artillery be moving up for here?
I mean, just I guess like before with the fullback, maybe they want to hurry up and get a fullback now. I think just looking at the roster too, I mean, they already got both of the running backs. I don't see a wide receiver going, both tight ends, offensive line, the defense. I can honestly say probably a fullback at this point. Just mix it up.
It is interesting. Obviously, they've got, the future capital may not matter as much because they have got the depth available to them, as we see Bo Martin Jr. making a phone call to get his guy in. We're going to go back to Frank. I mean, look at your pick for pick 21. Do you think that this could be what you had, or is it something perhaps a little bit more left field?
Well, when that fullback went, Minnesota and Alamo City's sphincters tightened up. Because I had them going back-to-back fullbacks. They don't need another tight end, just to let you know. But fullback is definitely the pick, and I had them mocked Rain Storm as the guy from San Jose.
That's a good call. That was also on the Heartbreaker mock. Rain Storm fullback potentially going here for Alamo City. It's worth noting as well, I think Brad Jones was the most expensive running back contract in the league. He capped at over $3 million. So there's obviously a real need for him to get some good running lanes. A fullback could be a real worthwhile investment. And they also moved now. It could be a segue. So this could be intentional by Alamo City's front office to get us to say his name on air. But Vic and Juicy was the fullback last season for Alamo City. He's now a running back, so there's obviously a vacancy there at that lead run block spot. Chad, quickly before we get to this pick, what is it, a fullback?
I mean, you would think logic would tell you that, right? Because the fullback was just selected, like Frank said, and all of a sudden the phone rings from Mexico City. Mexico City was able to get a little bit of capital back. They traded their first and second to us. Next season, they traded it to us for the 18th pick. So now that pick's going to get flipped over to Alamo City. So, yeah, I can see fullback going here.
Alamo City worried about what Minnesota could have done ahead of them. They jump over to make the pick at 18. Commissioner Cameron O'Brien to announce the pick.
With the 18th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Alamo City Artillery select fullback Rainstorm. The 19th pick is Los Angeles. You are on the clock.
Well done, panel. Well done, mock drafts. A great call there by Frank. What does Rainstorm add to the Alamo City offense?
Well, with Thick and Juicy moving to halfback, this is a good quality fullback that's going to be able to come in right away. He's able to open up holes on linebackers for the running backs to go through, and he's able to catch out of the backfield. So a talented guy. And again, going back to my original statement when we first started, it's who you know that helps you get drafted.
Absolutely, and look, like we said, they invested heavily in Brad Jones as well. He was a former Indy Rambler. I'm going to get to Chad. I mean, Brad Jones. What does this mean for him as a player?
Well, I mean, this is a good pick for them, right? I mean, if I'm, Mexico City, I don't know if I'm trying to help my in-division rival, but I mean, don't get any ideas, Axel and BJ. You will never get any of my picks ever in lifetime. But as far as anybody goes in the Central Division, but yeah, I think with Rainstorm coming over, being that blocking back, right? You move Thick and Juicy over to halfback. Brad Jones, $3.277 million contract. That's a lot of money to give. They got an offensive line. They need some more blocking. They've already got 2 tight ends. Go get that fullback. Great move by Alamo City to trade up and get a fullback.
Full offensive line, 2 running backs now, fullback in town, and I think they also have 2 tight ends. So there's run blocking galore. This is a run offense that I think is going to be well worth watching in season 21. John, any late thoughts on this pick?
Just like Drake said, we're going back to back. I mean, going back to back on fullback. They saw that first one go, and they're like, oh, okay, we need to make a little phone call and do something. So obviously that's what they needed. Fullback, hurry up, moved up, and they got the fullback.
All right, absolutely. And look, Sully and the LA leadership aren't even giving us a chance to talk about LA. They've already made their pick. We'll come back to the panel after it's announced by Commissioner Cameron O'Brien.
With the 19th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Los Angeles Lycans select wide receiver Dericus Iniguez. The 20th pick is Minnesota. You are on the clock.
There we go, Chad. Could this be the start of the wide receiver run-on? We've got our first off the board here, and seemingly very late as well. LA could have gone in multiple directions. They have 3 wide receivers contracted with Chris Lee and Shay Carroll as well. There's another one on the depth chart somewhere. I think it's Elsie Pryor with the Lycans offense. Frank, what did you have here for LA, and what are your thoughts on this selection?
I had them going with a second tight end. There's still some talented tight ends out there. I thought that's what they were going to do. I didn't – at one time I thought maybe halfback, but they put a lot of money into Logan Jack. And so tight end was my direction. The receiver pick, I mean, they've got 3. This is wide receiver number 4. Not a bad pick, a guy that they could possibly put back there to return, kick off some punts and be effective in 4 receiver set.
Obviously, they went with a run blocking development early on. Now they get a skilled player in, a receiver at 19. They got this pick from Tulsa earlier in the offseason via trade. And Chad, this is the start of the wide receiver run on potentially, but not the guy we probably expected to go at the top of the board here at receiver. Or what are you thinking here?
Yeah, I mean, this pick is interesting to me too because I mean, you have Ryan Arlovsky sitting there, right? I mean, there's all kinds of better wide receivers than this guy, right? I mean, he's got top end speed. He could run route real well. His catch is a little bit under what you want, right? It's kind of an average set of hands. So, I mean, it's an interesting pick for LA. I like the idea of going wide receiver. I just think in my mind they selected the wrong one. But it is what it is. Let the kid prove me wrong. I'm always fine with that, right? But regardless, I mean, good pick by them to get a wide receiver. But like I said, I think they left some value on the board there.
John, any late thoughts on this pick?
Agree with Chad. Same thing. I had Ryan out there. I knew it was going to be wide receiver, but just thought it would be Ryan. So I definitely agree with Chad on that one, 1,000%.
Switch our attention to Chad's division rival and, well, I guess bitter rival, the Minnesota Legend. They just watched Alamo City move up to take a fullback, as it's every chance that that's the same thinking here for Minnesota at 20. Frank, if we're thinking fullback, who could it be here?
Well, I was, whenever that first fullback went, and I could be totally wrong. Minnesota could be going completely in a different direction. But when that first fullback was taken, they were sitting there thinking, okay, well, we got to get a rainstorm. And then whenever the trade happened, I think they were pissed. But if they go with a halfback to convert to a fullback, I would say maybe like a Josh Slapp would be a guy. He's a big body guy, power guy that they could move that running back to.
Like a conversion in previous, that was available conversion running back to fullback. It's no longer a possibility, I believe. And we've also, again, had both of the fullbacks that were available prior to today have both been taken. So potentially moving to a plan B here for Minnesota. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick.
Thank you, Jacob. With the 20th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Minnesota Legends select cornerback Nicholas Frasso. Mexico City, by way of Alamo City, is on the clock with pick 21.
This is definitely a character pick, and Chad, it's your division rival. How are you? What does Nicholas Frasso add to the Minnesota defense as we see him on live cam there? Happy to be selected at pick 20 to the Minnesota Legends.
Yeah, I just feel bad for him, right? Because I mean he's got to end up here in the north of Minnesota, and it's not a good place to be, right? Northwood Stadium is just terrible looking, right? It's overgrown with trees and infested with rodents and everything else. But I mean, value wise, I think they got a good pick here, right? Nicholas Frossel's a good guy, really active in the league, right? So he's somebody that's going to fit in there very well. But now I can not say anything nice now because he's a legend, so he can go where the sun don't shine.
Obviously, he's he can make the best out of a bad situation, Chad. I mean, it's, you can
he's
feel
got to do something. I mean, he's got to do something, right? If he's got like some whatever that can plug his nose up so he doesn't smell all that stuff over there with all the fur balls and everything. I know they don't shower. It's got to be something over there, right? So
I'm sure he'll be well taken care of by the leadership group in Minnesota, and obviously new general manager Stephen Black with his first selection in his position at Minnesota. John, was this a potential possibility for Minnesota here at 20 with no fullbacks left on the board?
I would say that's definitely my backup plan. I was thinking definitely first pick would be fullback. Defensive back for Nicholas Frasso. Yeah, I can't say much more than just a great awesome pick. Great person, great character, very active, just awesome pick. I did have him going a little bit further down, but still awesome pick. Awesome pick for Minnesota. Get a hell of a guy.
Absolutely, that's a great analysis there. He's been so active across the course of the season. He was part of the social media department for Queen City in the past couple of seasons. Opted out of the last draft to continue building his player. Now he gets his shot in the majors. with Minnesota as we cross back to Mexico City, who moved back from 18 with Alamo City. They pick up some extra capital later on to fall back to this point in time. Frank, we're going to go back to your thoughts on this second first rounder for Mexico City. What could this be with the latest developments?
I'll stand with what I was saying with their second pick earlier. It's going to be defensive back. They've only got 4 on the roster, 2 corners, a free safety, and a strong safety. They need somebody to play the slot, so it's going to be a defensive back.
So the starting corners, Jared Brody and Jermaine Manafield, both extremely talented, and we see the ownership group for the third time tonight with Mike Daggs and Ramos Lynn in the war room. Chad, have you got any adjustments to your Mexico City?
Yeah, I mean, they traded back, obviously, with this pick. So, I could see defensive back here as well with them. Not sure which one. There's a lot of good ones out there, but I think that's where they would go in my mind.
That's a fair call. And look, there's still plenty of talent available at defensive back. They've got plenty of options still available on their draft board. John, we didn't get to you last time before that trade. What could Mexico City be looking at here with their second first rounder?
I'm pretty torn between obviously wide receiver 4 and a defensive back. I think that's where I'm kind of at right now. For me, I kind of want to show love to the wide receiver position and say get your wide receiver 4, but I can see him also going defensive back. I think for this one, you know what? We're going wide receiver. Go wide receiver on this one. Wide receiver 4.
Absolutely. Plenty of options at the wide receiver spot to potentially go over and work with the brand new corner over there that signed last season from Jacksonville. There's some talent at the receiver position already, including Nick Lockett, the talented outside receiver that they've got. It obviously still defensive back, very much a possibility for Mexico City here. And I'm going to get back to you, Frank. I mean, are there any other players that you could think Mexico City might be looking at here in terms of talent? Maybe if they're looking at wide receiver, there's someone other than Ryan Arlovsky that might push up here on draft boards.
I mean, they could go wide receiver. I just really think with only 4 sitting on the roster, 4 defensive backs sitting on the roster, I think they're going to go defensive back.
All right, we've got the pick, Commissioner Cameron Irvine, to announce Mexico City's 21st selection.
With the 21st pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Mexico City Aztecs select cornerback Antoine Joe. The Carolina Skyhawks are up next at pick 22. You are on the clock.
It is a defensive back. We're all kind of on that wavelength, and Mexico City adds to their defensive backfield. Frank, what does this selection add to Mexico City's backfield?
He's, as far as value goes, he's kind of middle of the pack of all the guys that are available. Not to take away from any of the talent that he had and the build that he has. And again, a lot of people, you got to realize, I don't think any one of us on the panel has mentioned anything about stats. Because it's a completely different ball game now that we've switched, games. It's really a completely different ball game, and so we don't look to the stats. We look for involvement and we look for build and things like that. He's got a good build. He's middle of the value, like I said, and he's going to fit in good.
Chad, are you in the same ballpark with this one in terms of how he fits with the Aztecs defense?
Yeah, I mean, before Cam announced the trade, like this is the guy I was actually talking about was Antoine Joe, right? He was number 1 in the SFLM with 5 interceptions this season. He's got top end speed, he's got good cover skills. I mean, this is a guy that sometimes it's like what Miller said in his mock, right? He picked this too. Sometimes it's not about rating his skills, but it's about how you produce it in the game when you play. So 5 interceptions leading the SFLM. I mean, that tells you something, right? So I think it's an excellent pick for Mexico City here.
Absolutely. It might be more middle of the road in terms of his value, but in terms of his on-field production, he punches well above his weight. I'm sure that played into the decision-making for Mexico City. John, wasn't the receiver like we're kind of edging towards, but this is still a valuable pick by Mexico City.
Well, good thing I didn't bet all on red. So, but honestly, it is a good pick. Obviously, if Frasso wasn't picked by Minnesota, you can definitely go to Aztecs. But Antoine Joe, obviously, the shout out Rattlesnakes right there. Good pick. And yeah, good going, Aztecs.
Skippy Curtis has already put in the pick for Carolina. They are coming off of one of their best seasons ever as a franchise, and oddly didn't get to 23 players last season, so they've still got about 600,000 left in cap to fill with 22 players on the roster. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce Carolina's pick.
With the, you all right there? I got
I'm sorry, I'll mute myself.
I got a cough too. I've been doing it all day. With the 22nd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Carolina Skyhawks select defensive tackle Stephen Forbes. Vancouver's on the clock with pick 23.
That definitely fills a gap. They had a vacancy at defensive tackle. It's now filled with a really good talent here, and it's the first defensive tackle taken off the board by Carolina. Frank, I wonder what you had mocked here, because this could have been a few different things.
I had defensive tackle. I didn't expect Stephen Forbes to be there. I had Ralph Leopold going to him, but with Stephen Forbes there, that is a no-brainer pick. Shout out to Skippy for making it quick, because you've got a big body, 6'6", 325 pounds, and I thought he should have gone earlier. He's a run stuffer. It's going to fill a hole. So I think it's a very good pick for them. Hey, they could have gone wide receiver, which wide receiver 4. Which could be really honestly wide receiver 3, because Harish keeps getting hurt. But with the new game, maybe that won't happen.
Well, potentially an unnecessary jab there, Frank. But obviously putting this in the steal category in terms of where they got him in the point of the draft, as we see Vancouver's ownership group with Andy Hamilton sitting down to make this pick. One of the nicest looking stadiums the league has seen. The blue accents across the stadium has been really awesome to see him put that out, and another player to be added to their talented group over there, and a good team consistently at the top end of the playoffs. We'll continue, Chad. Your thoughts on this defensive tackle pick by Carolina?
Yeah, I think it's a great pick, right? They announced earlier with a trade that in the second round that I think wasn't really a good trade for Carolina, but I think this pick makes up for it, right? With Stephen Forbes coming in at defensive tackle. I mean, this is a guy that is really excellent at pass rush, right? He's got a really high pass rushing skill. He's got some decent strength on him. He can tackle a little bit. He's got to get that speed up a little bit, right? I think some speed will be involved in that position as well, and he's got to build that consistency up. But I think this is a great pick here by Carolina.
Joins Christopher Cologne on the inside of the defensive line for Carolina. I'm going to start with you, John, on this Vancouver Legion pick. They too didn't quite get to that 23-player minimum. They have rookies that don't count against the cap, but they've got quite a bit of money to spend left in their kitty. What could this be here, John, at 23?
For Vancouver, I have them going linebacker. I think for them, if you already look at their roster, there's only a couple linebackers right now. Probably go later on with the wide receiver. Obviously, I keep on getting the wide receiver. The receiver position too much love, but I think for this one, definitely going linebacker.
Linebacker's a good shout. That seems like the immediate need. Tight end is also a possibility. They lost James Walters in the offseason. Went and crossed over to DC Dragons to be their defensive coordinator. Frank, actually, I believe he may have been the lead tight end with Vancouver. So I wonder, they did bring over Stephen McMichaels in free agency, but there's still a possibility that they might fill another tight end in. Frank, what could Vancouver do here?
Tight end is a possibility. There's some good value at tight end there. There's some outside linebackers a spot I think they need to go. I got them mocked, Jason Clay, but I didn't expect DJ Kilgannon to still be there. This is a guy that can fly sideline to sideline, can cover backs and tight ends and everything. He can move. He finds the football and everything like that. This guy is one of the highest value outside linebackers out there. So I think this might be the pick.
Make a good point. Obviously, with the amount of cap that they have left as well, DJ Woods has not been selected yet, and he's got plenty of value that he will take into the SFL season. So that could be a pick here for Vancouver. I'll get back to Chad when Commissioner Cameron Irvine has announced the pick.
With the 23rd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Vancouver Legion select linebacker DJ Woods. The Jacksonville Kings are up on the clock with pick 24.
Hey, there you go. I'm here for a reason. I give you the numbers, and then come in late, DJ Woods. That is well, we're talking about steals earlier with Carolina. This is probably one of the steals of the draft, just given he's, I think, comfortably the most valuable linebacker leading into the season in terms of what he's going to bring over. Vancouver with plenty of money left over to spend, and as you can see here on Draft Cam, he's very excited to go over to Canada and join the Eternal Frost. Chad, this is a pretty good pick.
Yeah, this is an excellent pick, right? I mean, the fall of DJ Woods is a shock to me. I had him as an easy top 10 pick, I thought, but falling this low, down to 23. What a steal by Vancouver, right? Getting a guy that had over 40 tackles, 6 tackles for loss this past season. A guy that I was looking at, if DJ Woods wasn't there, would have been Stuart Gott, somebody who led the SFL limit tackles for loss with over 12. But when you got a talent like DJ Woods, you can't pass up. So excellent pick here for Vancouver.
John Fullerton, that's outside linebacker. What are your thoughts on his selection by Vancouver?
I mean, hopefully he's back in time for the season to start because he's in outer space. But anyways, that was a good pick. Definitely, like Chad said, dropping all the way down. DJ Woods, just awesome pick. Like I said, I already knew that there was no linebacker, but good pick for DJ. Like him, great character, great person. Vancouver guy, definitely a hell of a pick.
Absolutely, and we're going to cross now to Jacksonville. They were another team that did a lot of movement over the offseason in terms of their moves in free agency. They've got this pick from Fort Worth by a trade when Fort Worth moved up. They've got 24 players. They're pretty much at cap. So this is another depth pick. They've got 2 picks this evening. Frank, what could Jacksonville be going with here?
Well, you look at their roster. There's no outside linebackers on their roster, so it's got to be an outside linebacker.
Absolutely, and going back to the point where we had DJ Kilgannon earlier on, he's still available and could be a real talented piece to add. The new general manager at Seattle, TJ Harper, was the lead outside linebacker for Jacksonville last season. He's obviously left a vacancy there that Jackson will be looking to fill here. Chad, is there any other outside linebackers you've got your eyes on here that Jacksonville could pick up?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned Stuart Gott, right, from San Jose. I mean, a guy that was leading the SFL in tackles for loss last season. I had him kind of around this area, right, in my mock, and I know other people had him in his mock as well. So, that could be somebody you look at, and then there's, like I said, the linebackers have kind of fallen a little bit more than I thought. So there's still some great value out there right now.
Absolutely. Tommy Wellbrook-Buse is another player that holds a lot of value. Al-Farouk Aminu is another linebacker that could potentially be going here. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce Jacksonville's selection.
With the 24th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Jacksonville Kings select running back Shepard Vicarian. Atlanta has the 25th pick. You are on the clock.
There we go. I love when something happens that we just didn't have any kind of suspicion of. Nothing. Just completely left field by Jacksonville. But it makes sense. Obviously, with these new rules, this rookie is not going to count against the cap. Jacksonville, they've already got a running back who really sort of took a little bit to get going, but he worked it out in the end. Sean Sanders, now he's and could potentially be a real breakout player in the new game engine. And they add Shepard Vicarian, another running back to their backfield. Chad, We're going to start with John, actually. This is a bit left field, but an interesting pick by Jacksonville. What are your thoughts?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said, I was going with linebacker on that one. I didn't really see the second running back on that. I mean, obviously, they know something that, we don't know, whatnot. And, of course, good thing we're not, spending no money with this. Anyways, it's good, good pick. But like I said, I would have went linebacker, but it is what it is.
I'm not sure. I have to double check if they haven't got any outside linebackers contract. I think they had John Martin is definitely the inside linebacker, and I think Stan Diamond also rings a bell. But I think they definitely have a hole to fill with TJ Harper's departure. Frank, we'll get you to kind of talk about this running back selection.
Well, when I was looking down their roster, they don't have an outside linebacker on there. They just have the one inside backer. But running back is they obviously had a guy in mind, and he was sitting there. They pick again in 3 or 4 picks into the second round, so maybe that's when they'll pick up their outside linebacker. I thought they would go, outside linebacker at both picks because they need 2. And Chad made a good point that they have slid down the draft more than I thought they would, and there's still some value out there.
You make an interesting point if that is to be true, that they don't have any contracted outside linebackers, because they only have one more pick in this draft, I believe, and that's that one upcoming in just a moment. But Chad, any thoughts? What could this pick mean long term with Sean Sanders being the main guy? They add another running back into their depths.
Yeah, I'm just curious if, Frank and I were talking about, if the slide of the linebackers is the reason for this pick, right? They do have pick 5 picks later, so that's probably where they can get a linebacker, right? Maybe they were looking at Shepard Vicarian there, but then thought about, maybe there's somebody between there that might take a running back. So good pick there by them. I mean, if they go back to the 29th pick overall, I think it is, and get the linebacker, then I think it's an excellent 1-2 punch right there that they've done so far for Jacksonville.
Cross our attention to Atlanta, who have made their pick. They were another team that were just shy of that 23 player minimum. They got to 22. They've got about $800,000 left to spend in cap with a few different openings. Could be a wide receiver here. Could be another defensive back. There's a few different backup spots that Atlanta could fill with their first pick, as Commissioner Cameron O'Vine to announce.
With the 25th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Atlanta Swarm select tight end. Why not Arlette? Arizona is on the clock with pick 26.
Well, why not take a tight end with this pick? Obviously, they lost Jamal Wooding in the offseason to retirement, and I think Qantas Shine also retired with the ownership group there, another owner player coming in and making a tight end. I think the name is Phenom Shine, if my memory is correct, and that's a new player, so there's obviously a need for talent at that tight end spot. A massive loss with Jamal Wooding going into retirement. But Frank, what are your reactions to this pick by Atlanta?
Not surprised. I had them getting Alex Marshall, a strong safety, but he's long gone. My first draft that I put out, I had them picking a tight end, and then I switched it, thinking that Marshall would still be there. But it's a good pick. The tight end that they have is a very low value tight end, and this guy is going to come in and probably be the immediate starter.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was the heartbreaker. Mock had Thomas LeClaire going here. Obviously, he went well earlier to Arizona, the team that's now on the clock. Chad, a tight end here to join Phenom Shine in the offensive department for the Swarm. How are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, this one's an interesting selection, right? You obviously knew this had to be a tight end just because of the fact of where they're at right now with their roster build wise. But this is a guy that's got some decent speed, right? He's got some good hands. Learning a little bit about the run route, right? Decent at run blocking. He's a little bit consistent. So this is a guy that's really just kind of an all around type of build. Why not go ahead and select him, right? I mean, he's 6'4", 250. You see normally these taller, bigger tight ends, but he's about the right size there for that. So I think it's a good pick for Atlanta.
John, your thoughts on the tight end pick by Atlanta?
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's going to be tight end or wide receiver. I was kind of leaning towards wide receiver, but either way, it was going to be one of those for sure. With that big pick, simple as that.
Obviously, a real need for talent in that tight end room. They go and grab their guy in why not? One of the best names we've seen in this SFL rookie class going over to Atlanta as we cross now to Arizona. Eddie Gage making his second pick. They took Thomas LeClaire earlier in that pick they got from Houston, and now they're back on the clock here at 26 rather. A few different directions Arizona could go in. There's still some backup holes to be filled. Wide receiver, inside linebacker, defensive back, all possibilities. We'll come back to the panel after Commissioner Cameron Irvine has announced the pick.
With the 26th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Arizona Scorpions select wide receiver Ryan Arlovsky. The Houston Headhunters are on the clock with pick 27.
I'll tell you this is another fantastic pick by Eddie Gage. This is a real hit. This is ball out of the park, nail on the head. This was who I had at wide receiver 1 in terms of my own rankings. This guy is fantastic. He's an absolute pleasure to talk to. A real focal point of the community as he's gotten more engaged. Brilliant personality. Frank, your thoughts on this pick from Arizona?
No, I had some people questioning why not wide receiver in my first round mock, and I said there's no doubt that this guy Ryan Arlovsky is going to be, could be a first round pick. I just thought with the depth of wide receiver in this class, I thought they could wait, and I guess Eddie decided he couldn't wait anymore. This is a very good pick, talented wide receiver. Is going to make a name for himself really quick in that offense.
Absolutely, and just again, we're talking about this is Eddie loves character picks, and he just always is looking for guys who are going to work for him and pitch into the team and make the locker room just that little bit better. And Chad, this is obviously you know what Eddie's like in terms of his recruitment. This really it screams an Arizona Scorpions pick.
Well, finally. I mean, I figured he would have done this earlier, right? Gosh, I mean, here I was giving him so much grief about Thomas LeClaire, and I still will a little bit. But he makes up for it right here, right? This is the guy he should have took first. This is an excellent pick for Arizona. Ryan is a guy that's going to be able to come in there and really just fit in with that culture, fit in with what they do. And I think he's going to be a threat in season 1 there with Arizona. So excellent pick here. They just made me wait for it for a while. So whatever.
Okay, I mean, look, you make a point about Thomas LeClaire, but it might turn out to be a genius move. We saw a real little run-on of tight ends earlier on, particularly Atlanta previously. Could have taken Thomas LeClaire earlier if that's the guy he wanted. He's gone and gotten him early, and a real 1-2 punch there by Arizona and Ashley Jackson and Eddie Gage in the leadership group there. John, I'll start you on with Houston. We need to get back on some pick predictions here. They got this pick from Baltimore right before the draft last night. This comes across. Baltimore gets a little bit more back-end value. Houston moves up. What could the Headhunters be looking at here?
I mean, with Houston, obviously, no wide receiver. One of those see them go off wide receiver 5. They got both tight ends. I could honestly see this one probably being maybe defensive back. Like you said, you got a couple cornerbacks, one for safety, one strong safety, but definitely somebody at least in the back. You got a defensive line already there. Okay with some linebackers, but could definitely see them going with defensive back.
Defensive back, they lost Corey Menor and J.W. Hartshorn in the offseason, both going to Charleston. They also lost Butch Menor on the defensive line, rather. It was one of their key defensive tackles. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick.
With the 27th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft and your final first-round selection of the evening, The Houston Headhunters select running back Josh Slapp. The 28th pick to start round 2. That's Queen City. You're on the clock.
Well, there you go. Houston loves a good running back. They've had GP Wells holding it down all for the last few seasons. That superstar running back core, but also features Jalen Wells at the fullback spot. Now they add Josh Slapp. It's another running back. We didn't really touch on it earlier with the new rules kind of opening up for a lot of teams to run out with 2 running backs. Houston are the latest to join the trend. Frank, what does Josh Slapp add to Houston's backfield?
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to talk about it before the pick, but I had them mocked a defensive back, and I was in agreement with John. But I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if a halfback went here. And getting Josh Slapp, a guy that has put in his dues. He played. This is his 2nd or 3rd season with the minors, and putting in his time and getting his build and all that stuff. And it's well deserved for him to finish out this first round. And Houston got them a good running back at the. I think he's like 210 and brings power to the run game.
Chad, I wonder if this is what you had in mind here for Houston at the end of the first round.
Yeah, I didn't have this one in mind. Obviously, this is a good pick for them to get a backup running back, along and have a 2-headed monster in there in GP Wells and Josh Slapp. But, I think they probably could have went corner here, right? There's some decent value out there still, but it's a good pick for them, and I'm sure that he'll work out for them in the end.
Absolutely, a lot of talent still available at that point, but with running back position. But they get Josh Slapp. Logan Lee still available, the number 1 running back not taken here. Josh Slapp goes at 27. We'll move to Queen City. John, this is another pick. We can sort of go into multiple directions. I like to see the panel kind of split up on this one. Where could Queen City go at 28 to start the second round?
Yeah, I could say that can go wide receiver, but like I said, they're just right around the corner to 33rd. So I guess they can go either way. They can go wide receiver right here, kind of just wait for another couple of picks to go by. Obviously, as we see with the wide receivers, things kind of tumbling down too. So honestly, with this, I don't really know. I think I might go more maybe some with defense. It seems like everybody's getting the defensive and quarterback, defensive back, defensive lineman out first. So maybe go with defensive line. Yeah, actually, let's go defensive back. Then they can come around and get a wide receiver.
They took Alex Marshall earlier in the draft at a free safety spot. Now they get their 2nd pick of the draft. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick.
With the 28th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Queen City Corsairs select tight end Chase Matthews. Jacksonville is on the clock with pick 29.
There we go. Another tight end in Queen City joins James Matthews Jr. at the tight end pool with the Corsairs. Frank, this is a nice little pick-up here to start the second round by Queen City.
Yeah, they need defensive help, defensive line help. John was going in the right direction. I wouldn't have been surprised if they went there. But I was starting to think that, tight end, there's been a run on tight end and they don't want to miss out. And they go ahead and select their tight end here and they'll go defensive line later. Absolutely.
And there's still a few different openings for Queen City to potentially make some moves here, but with their multiple different starting positions open, they still pass on defensive line. Chad, what are your thoughts here on Queen City selection?
I just walked back, so I'm not even sure who they selected. Can't see. Who do they take here?
Chase Matthews, tight end.
There we go. Okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry, Frank. Yeah, that's an excellent pick for them, right? Because looking at the build of their team right now, obviously James Matthews Jr. is going to get more money. I think they're just trying to wait and see what they got cap-wise left. But getting somebody like Chase Matthews, who had a higher value rating than Why Not, for example, right? I think this is a good pick for them. They were able to get another target for Charles Blanton to be able to throw to. Could have seen a wide receiver there as well, but tight end wise, I think that's a good okay pick for him.
John, I'm going to move over to Jacksonville again to get your early thoughts on this one. This is, obviously we're thinking outside linebackers to go here for the Kings. Are you going back to that train of thought?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they want to, what did the class even take to place anyway. But no, yeah, I can definitely see them going linebacker. Obviously they kind of did a little quick move on the last one, getting a running back. So I can definitely see him going linebacker. And so maybe we can see Wright going.
Absolutely. Wide receiver is still an option, but I haven't been able to check the rosters just yet. But if Frank is correct here with them only having the inside linebacker and John Martin on their roster, this is definitely outside linebacker potential here. Frank, going back to that kind of group of outside linebackers, I think we still have Kilgannon available. Is that what you're thinking here for Jacksonville?
I'm thinking it's got to be outside linebacker. They shocked us with the running back pick earlier, but thinking that the linebackers have slid, and they could pick them up here. They only have one more pick after this, I think, and they've got 2 slots to fill at the outside linebacker position.
Chad, are you in the same ballpark? We've kind of been calling for one of these outside linebackers to get picked up. It seems that Jacksonville are almost certainties to go ahead and pluck him here.
Yeah, it's got to be a linebacker here, right? I mean, you only got one on the roster right now. I'm not sure exactly how many picks they have left, maybe a couple, right, Frank? So I think you definitely got to go linebacker here, at least the next 2. That way, at least you get something in that. If not, then maybe they're running a little bit of a different defense than we think. But yeah, it's definitely got to be a linebacker for sure.
Would certainly be a polarizing move to run out with only one outside linebacker, or even or 0 if again what we're seeing is correct. John, I'm going to cross back to you. I mean, you mentioned wide receiver. Actually, we've got the pick. Let's cross to Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce Jacksonville selection.
With the 29th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Jacksonville Kings select wide receiver Joe Beasley. Louisiana is on the clock with pick number 30.
There we go. John Fullerton with the left field call of wide receiver. He's correct. They pick up a wide receiver. We're going to have to do some double checking on the linebacking call for Jacksonville. John, was this who you had in mind at the wide receiver spot?
No. No, I really didn't go with Beasley on it. Like I said, I've been kind of promoting my boy Timothy just because of his size and everything like that. Still, definitely a wide receiver, but just not particularly this person. Obviously, Joe Beasley kind of reminds me of myself when I first came on. That was 194, 6'4". So, and I don't know if it was Chad or somebody else, but they say you better get some meat on your bones. So, but good pick for wide receiver. Just don't know about that.
Chad, this is a name that we haven't really brought up in terms of our wide receiver discussions tonight. What does Joe Beasley add to the Jacksonville Kings squad?
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting pick here, right? Because when you're looking at some of the other ones that are out there, I think I kind of would have went in a different spot. But, I mean, maybe Jacksonville's thinking something differently, right? I mean, Joe does have top end speed, right? He's got some really good agility. He's really just a speed guy, right? And he's got a little bit of above average handset in my mind. When I watched the SFL in this season, didn't really make a lot of plays. He's got some height at 6'5", so I know that, John was talking about, Timothy was being 6'7", but I mean, 6'5" is not short, right? So he still can make some plays. I mean, yes, he does need some meat on his bones. He needs like a 20-piece McChicken, like right now, right? But with what I think maybe that Jacksonville's trying to, or what this team's trying to do, he could be like that speedy little shifty guy. Surprisingly, they didn't go linebacker here. I'm kind of disappointed they didn't go linebacker here, but they must have some ideas for it. So we'll see how that plays out for Jacksonville.
Frank Gooden, the Hall of Fame coach and contributor to the league, obviously has something in mind here with that selection, a team that is primarily run with some really good route runners in Chris Ochoa and company. As we turn our attention to the Revolution again, they've taken both their running backs. They're on the clock once again here. We pick 30. Frank, what's the third option here for the Revs?
Well, they went back-to-back running backs, and which is not a surprise to me. And I think they did very well there. I wouldn't be surprised if they did a backup D-line or a backup linebacker here. They pretty much got everything else. Their defensive backfield's pretty solid. They could go another corner, but I'm thinking it's going to be a backup spot on defense somewhere.
Absolutely. There's still a couple of openings at linebacker again. We're kind of looking at potentially they could add to that core that added Gary Clem in free agency, one of the underrated pickups. We saw defensive back also a possibility. Chad, what could the Revs do here?
That's a good question. It's kind of like what Frank said, right? They pretty much got everything they need. They got just go 7 DBs. Heck with it, right? Let's just do what you can do. I don't really know exactly where they go. Maybe they surprise us all and take a third tight end.
That's the bad for this. This could be anything. I think we're feeling wide receiver could end up being the go here. They go all in on offense and cash in. Maybe another linebacker is potentially an option here. We're still looking at a pretty deep linebacker class with plenty of talent available. John, it could be anything. You've kind of been on the money when it comes to on the easy money, let's say, when it comes to wide receivers. Is this another receiver pick, or are you thinking something else?
Like Chad said, let's go with 3 tight ends. No, but I think honestly for this one, probably just a backup on defense. Like I said, they've already got both players, both running backs on offense, and this time I think we're going to go with a little backup for defense.
Absolutely, plenty of directions the Revs could go in after taking their 2 new running backs in Dwayne Sammons and Chris Grant Jr., a team that traditionally has kind of had a bit of a rough patch in terms of getting back to the playoffs. They've had a real strong defense across the course of the years with some real veteran presences. They've kept that together with the presences that they've still got there, and a wide receiver room that still holds such a talented core there. They added Adam Banks in the offseason as well as another guy. They brought him back from Minnesota. And also Liam Hammer's still there in terms of their offensive strike power. And among others, there's still plenty of talent on the defense. Nick Bennett, even Arthur, the veterans there as well in terms of what they've got as we look ahead at pick 30. Wide receiver, still plenty of options available. Ricky Spider and Caleb Giffus are the standout options, as well as a few other names. But also, there's still, I believe, there's plenty of talent still available on the board that could be picked up here as the Revolution use as much time as possible. Frank, let's look back at the player stocks. Is there anyone else that you could potentially see get picked up here? Anything left field? Oh, we got the pick. I managed to talk enough to get this selection by the Revs. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick.
With the 30th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Louisiana Revolution select inside linebacker Tommy Wellbrock Busey. The 31st pick, that's Tulsa. You're on the clock.
There we go. That was a name that was brought up earlier, and they do take the spare inside linebacker, Frank. This is a nice pick. He's got good value that the Revolution are going to cash in on here. What does he add to the defense here for the Revs?
Good value and a good player playing in the inside spot. That's I think that's Blake Craze's spot, isn't it? Blake, when I was there, I think it was the second to last season I was there. he had to step aside, for real life stuff, and then came back and has been there since. But it might be something going on to where they're thinking of maybe a replacement for him in the future, and bringing this gentleman in here will be a good replacement for him. If that's the case, I mean, he might be sticking around for all I know. That wouldn't surprise me if that happened.
It's a great call. The Revolution, a team that historically has held some really good linebackers. Chad, was this the direction you were kind of thinking that would go in?
I mean, I just pretty much said whatever they could do, right? I mean, because we didn't know which way they were going to go. But I mean, getting another linebacker to learn with Chuck Diesel, who's the inside linebacker there for him. I think it's a solid pick for him, right? And I think that's their last pick, maybe, right? So I should pretty much round them out there for the season, and Louisiana's charged and ready to go.
Absolutely, and we're going to turn our attention to Tulsa. This was a Revolution. They got that pick from Tulsa. Now we turn our attention to the Desperados. John Fullerton, this is a team that another team like Carolina we talked about earlier, who had probably a franchise best season in terms of their run. They finally capitalized on the form of Douglas Brown and JQ, their quarterback, and really surged into the playoffs. They were unlucky to bounce out, but they could well get back in and be in that discussion again for playoffs, and with a pick here. And what could it be, John Fullerton? Give me some insight.
I would say either probably wide receiver 4, or you can go with that tight end, backup tight end. I mean, if you look already at their defense, a lot of defensive backs. They said, linebackers, it's okay with, but right now, just looking at it, I would say at least somebody on the offensive side of things. Like I said, you get that wide receiver 4, tight end. Obviously, we don't have no more offensive line on the board. For this one, I would probably go. I'm going to show some love to the wide receivers. It's going to be wide receiver 4.
It's been a minute since we've seen a wide receiver go off the board. Could that be the move here for the Tulsa Desperados? Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick.
With the 31st pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Tulsa Desperados select tight end Marquise Sango. The 32nd pick belongs to Charleston. You're on the clock.
There we go. Another tight end off the board there, flying quick and fast. Frank, this wasn't... I don't think we kind of expected tight end here out of Tulsa, but they add another player that could potentially help on the front end with Douglas Brown and Lars Pizarro at the right blocking department. What does this pick do for Tulsa?
Well, I mean, it was either going to be a wide receiver or tight end. There's been a run on tight ends. The wide receiver pool is still very deep. They've got picks later. This is our first time hearing from Tulsa. A lot of teams are getting that second tight end to help with the run game and things like that. But this guy right here was one of the ones I was thinking possibly could fall in the first round. So him being there for Tulsa to take it in the second round is a good pick for them.
Absolutely, and it's also still with a few different backup positions they could fill. They go and get someone on that front end. Chad, was this a pick you could have seen coming out of Tulsa?
Yeah, this is kind of where I figure they might go, right? When you're looking at the build of this roster, tight end was the one piece I thought they would probably try to do. Right now, you got 2 running backs there in Douglas Brown and Scott Powell. I figured it is the fact of that, tight end, maybe needing a good run blocking tight end or whatever for that situation. So good pick here by Tulsa.
Absolutely. John, I'm going to finish up with you here on this pick, tight end. You were kind of in that ballpark of wide receiver 4. It's a tight end 2 instead. How are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, good pick. I mean, either way, like I said, you can go wide receiver or tight end. So everybody else said tight end. You want to have that good run blocking too. But good pick. Like I said, can't go wrong, honestly, with either wide receiver or tight end.
Absolutely. Cross our attention back to Charleston. It took Anthony Robertson earlier in the draft at 14. Frank, this is another backup pick now. We're looking at a team that's filled all their starting spots. What could Charleston be taking here with pick 32?
You're looking at a backup spot. It could be anywhere on the defensive side, but you're sitting there with 2 tight ends and 3 wide receivers. If you plan on running some 4 receiver sets, you need a 4th one. So I'm thinking maybe wide receiver here, and there's a deep pool of wide receivers out there.
Plenty of talent available still at the wide receiver spot. We've been waiting for that inevitable run-on of receivers to come through. Chad Rowland, you've been calling for a while. Any late shouts for a wide receiver pickup?
Yeah, I mean this could be a possibility here. You know, when you're looking at this roster, you know, obviously it's your roster, but I could definitely easily see a 4th wide receiver taken here. You know, I'm trying to think anything else that you would have had. I mean, obviously Robertson was picked earlier, so it's definitely got to be a wide receiver in my mind.
Wide receivers, the shout from the panel. They added Benjamin Warner to the wide receiver 1 spot in the offseason to join Davis Reed and Honus Adobe. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce Charleston's 2nd pick.
With the 32nd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Charleston Predators select wide receiver Ricky Spider. Queen City is on the clock with pick 33.
Yeah, you know how long I've been screaming to get a wide receiver 4, and I've finally got one. For God's sake, man, it's been a minute. We wanted one last season, couldn't get one. Now we've finally got a quality wide receiver 4 to join the roster in Ricky Spider. Frank Wade. Actually, I'll start with John Fulton. I crossed to you earlier. Looking at the wide receiver core now, what does Ricky Spider add to the Charleston Predators roster?
Ricky! No, just kidding. Honestly, it was a good pick. Definitely, I mean, even like Chad said, you got to go with wide receiver 4. But just honestly, great pick. As far as the rest of the wide receivers that we have right now, like I said, we still got Timothy, obviously Henry McGee, Zorro. Still got a good Giffus. Still got a good core of wide receivers left over. But this one for you guys was a very good pick.
Obviously, you made a good point with Caleb Giffus still available on the board. There is a high value wide receiver. Chad Rowland, you're in the right ballpark with the position. Was this who you expected as far as receivers are concerned?
Yeah, I think Spider is an excellent pick, right? I know a lot of teams were talking about him, right, and maybe even trying to talk about him in the 1st round, possibly, or at least one of their top wide receiver targets they were getting. So, for you guys to be able to get him at this value right now, I think it's a really great pick for you guys.
Obviously, stoked to pick up a wide receiver of this kind of value at this point in the draft in the 2nd round. We're going to cross again to Queen City. They picked earlier in the draft of this 2nd round, and they've got their 3rd pick of the night here at 33. Frank Wade, going back to a team that's got a lot of openings. What could Queen City be looking at here?
You know, they went pre-safety, went tight end. Again, they've got a lot of holes to fill. I really think they need to start focusing on defense. They need defensive tackle, defensive end, some linebacker help, and some DB help. So I really think this is going to be defense. I'm thinking defensive line here.
Defensive line, definitely a good shout. Gerald Cumbus is still available. Ricky Phillips as well has been mentioned a few times at the defensive end spot. Plenty of options here for Queen City to take, with Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick.
With the 33rd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Queen City Corsairs select linebacker DJ Kilgannon. Canton is on the clock with pick 34.
There we go. He's finally gone. We've been shouting for this one for a while. DJ Kilgannon finally off the board. A real steal here, I would say, at 33 to get him. We've been calling for him since middle of the 1st round to see him fall this far, and you can see the excitement in the draft rookie room there. Always good signs when you can get that insight into the excitement of a new player entering the SFL, the pros, entering the pros, and gets to join Queen City, a team that unfortunately went 0-12 last season. They suffered the same fate that hasn't been seen since San Diego in season 16, and now Queen City starting to recoup and get some talent on the defensive side of the ball. Chad, we've been waiting for this guy to go off the board. He's finally gone. How do you feel about DJ Kilgannon going to Queen City?
Yes, so DJ Kilgannon. See, Cam, I can't say it correctly. Thank you very much. So, yeah, I think this is a good pick for them. I mean, this is a guy that fell, right? I still think they should have went defensive end. I still think they should have got Ricky Phillips right there. But, it's interesting to go get your fourth linebacker when you only have two defensive linemen. So, not sure exactly what they're doing there. Maybe they're trying to play maybe a little bit of a 3-4, right? Maybe that's what they're trying to go for this season. But, we'll see what they do with their picks down the road. But for right now, I mean, DJ Kilgannon is definitely somebody that will be a big value there in Queen City.
Perhaps they're listening to the rumblings coming through about this guy potentially not falling much further. And, there's still plenty of depth at the defensive line spots, so they probably wanted to hedge their bets and wait until one of their later picks to get a defensive lineman. As we cross over to the Canton Classics, Mike All to make another pick with Christian Alacia on the rest of the ownership group there. Chris Porter, the coach, taking this team forward with Scar Patterson now at the helm. John Fullerton, there's a few different directions Canton could go with this next pick. They took a linebacker earlier in the draft to make themselves more of a four linebacker look defensively. What could this be here for Canton?
I think for Canton, I would say probably defensively. I don't know. I mean, because if you're looking at it, like I said, they got 4 wide receivers. Honestly, I would either go with tight end, backup tight end, or probably defensive back. Yeah, you got 3 cornerbacks, 1 for safety or soft safety. I think I would say they're probably going to stick on the defensive side of things, honestly.
Yeah, interesting. You mentioned defensive back. Obviously, we talked about earlier. I brought up when Canton had their first pick that they had 2 staff members from the SFL, and both of those players are still available at this point in time. Caleb Giffus at the wide receiver position and Joshua Durr at the strong safety position. So if you are to be correct and it is defensive back, it could well be Josh Durr going back to where it all began in terms of his contributions in the major league. Chad Rowlands, where could Canton be going here in terms of their second pick tonight?
Yeah, this, like I said earlier, when Canton made their pick the first time, it was interesting to see where they go. I mean, they took, Montzuma or whatever at middle linebacker. So looking at this roster here, man, I'm telling you, I mean, they could go. I think they'll probably end up going with like a back end DB, right? That would be my thought, but not really too positive. I think when you're looking at this roster overall, I think it's going to be, maybe a backup safety or maybe even a fourth corner.
Good call there. Defensive back seems to be the thinking in terms of our analysis here on the panel. They did make some moves in free agency, as we mentioned. Scar Patterson, the new quarterback in Canton. They lost Kendra Wells at the wide receiver spot, then brought in wide receiver in, I believe, Cameron Irvine. You've got something to give us in terms of breaking news?
Yes, have a trade. Atlanta is sending all of their remaining picks in this draft, 52nd, 79th, 106th, to Denver. Denver, in exchange, gives up their 3rd and 4th rounder next season. So Atlanta will be on Denver will be on the clock at 52 and 54 later in the round, and also coming up at 35.
There we go. I was worried for a minute there. We're going to throw all our analysis out the window again. Canton's still on the clock. That's a big trade. Atlanta going all in, giving up the rest of their capital to get some more valuable picks at this point in time. But I'll finish up with you, Frank Wade. Canton could go a number of different directions here with some backup spots available on their roster. Are you thinking defensive back, or can you give me something a little bit different?
Thinking defensive back, but I would not be shocked at a second tight end. But you got you mentioned some names of some back end defensive guys that could get on the roster and make a good contribution right away. So I'm thinking defensive back. That's the way I'm leaning.
So there's still a number of different things they could do. Tight end 2 would be an interesting addition. Obviously, as we said, they moved Bob Lung from tight end to wide receiver. They may want another individual to fill that spot next to Jack Wall in the tight end department. Still plenty of talent available in the defensive back sort of room in terms of rookie talent available, along with wide receiver. Again, we've discussed a few times. Still Caleb Giffus and Josh Durr available for Canton if they want to go back to the well of characters that they're familiar with. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce Canton's second pick. I'm taking full credit for that one. That's a great pick. I mean, he's a character that's been really active in terms of his presence in the league. There on camera, you can see the reactions. This is something that Canton are very familiar with. They like to pick out personalities in the league that they like and get them to work with the squad, get them involved early, and then pick them up later in the draft to continue that relationship. Josh, the most recent example here at 35. And Frank, I'm going to start with you. This is a nice little pickup for Canton. They get that extra defensive back. What does Josh Durr add to the Canton Classics defense?
Well, he not only does he add things on the field, he's adding things off the field because he's going to be contributing as much as he can. He wants to be involved. He proved to him that he wants him to be involved. Canton's looking for high character guys. He is a high character guy, and so it's a perfect fit for both of them. You mentioned him, and he was one of the guys I was thinking of, other than Incognito. But I think it's a very good pick. He's going to fit in nice.
Absolutely. Chad Rowland in the same kind of way of thinking. This is the extra defensive back we thought they would take.
Yeah. I think this is a great pick for them. I believe he was a part of the Canton staff before, right? Maybe with stats or something. I can't remember. But yeah, excellent pick for them, keeping somebody from, close to home. And I think he's going to provide some good depth back there in the back end of that defense. So good pick.
Absolutely. John Fulton, this is, again, I think you were in that kind of ballpark with the extra defensive back. This is a nice pickup by Canton.
Yeah, Durr, it is. No, but honestly, just a good pickup for that. Like all the was saying, straight off the field too. It was going to go that route regardless. So great pick.
So let me cross our attention to, I believe, Atlanta, who swiped away the rights to this pick here at 35. Obviously, you're trading a lot of their back end.
It's Denver.
This is still Denver. Correct. Okay. So Denver are picking up extra capital later in the draft with they only had 12 roster spots filled leading into the draft. And so getting extra capital for them is really important. They did a trade with, I believe, Baltimore to surrender their first round pick to pick up back end depth from the Vultures. They do the same with Atlanta, and they're up here again at 35. So obviously this is a team that we can kind of go in a number of ways in terms of what they could pick up. Frank Wade, what are the possibilities here that Denver could do?
They need a lot. Like you said, only like 12 guys signed to the roster. No tight ends. Need to pick a tight end. You need a strong safety and some corners, inside linebacker, defensive tackle. You name it. They're picking up a lot of picks to fill these holes. So they're doing a good job there. It's just, where do you want to start? So I'm thinking it's either going to be defensive line or tight end.
So many different options that they can go with here to fill the vacancies that they've got. It's never really a bad thing to rebuild your roster through the draft. There's always, it's just a bit more difficult in this new system picking up extra capital. But Denver have made their pick 35 to be announced by Commissioner Cameron Irvine. Yeah, this is a nice move. I like the direction that this pick is going in, and we're going to get a look at Luis Quintana there, excited individual. He's now a Nightwing, I should say. Joins the Vice Wars rivalry against Las Vegas, and yeah, a really nice pickup. So obviously excited to finally break into the major league. Chad Rowland, it's another linebacker. It's a personality that I think Denver are going to really embrace and get a lot out of.
Yeah, I think this is a great pick for them. I mean, they really could have went in a lot of different directions, right, with this roster that's getting retooled and rebuilt through the draft, like you said before. Could have went tight end, obviously, but with the value now being where it's at with tight end, I think you could probably wait on that a little bit, right? But as far as going ahead and getting that second linebacker, I think this is a great pick for them. I think maybe they could have went safety as well, but I agree. I think whatever they pick here is a good pick for them regardless.
Another highlight tape here produced by him, and this is great. A fantastic addition every season where rookies produce their own rookie tapes, and we can see these highlights of his here in terms of what he's produced in the minor league with the Navigators. John, this is a nice little pickup for Denver. They add to their linebacking studs. They lost Devin King in the offseason, one of their best players. They needed some coverage here in the linebacking core. How do you feel about this one?
I mean, like Frank said, definitely need a lot. So, I mean, wide receiver, you can definitely hold off on that. I was kind of leaning towards tight end, honestly. But, like I said, they still have a lot of picks to go. They can still keep on going, throughout the whole draft, picking up whoever it is that they need. But it's not too bad to get a linebacker, too. And Quintana has a great season. And honestly, like I said, they're going to keep on going throughout the whole draft, picking more and more guys. So it's not a bad start.
Absolutely. I think someone would have mentioned it already that Denver don't have a tight end. One of the interesting moves of the offseason was Jeremy Mosley switching from tight end to wide receiver 3, I believe. And so Denver still with vacancies there, but plenty of drafting left to go for Denver as we switch our attention to Florida, another team with a few different positional openings that they can go with. Their offense is stacked with options, so that's likely going to be a defensive pick. I think where the panel is going to go on a defensive background again. But Frank, have you got anything to give me here for Florida?
I'm thinking defense. I can't remember who they picked in the first round. It was an outside linebacker, but I can't remember his name. Jesus Smith.
Smith, yeah,
is who they got. They still need, some depth there at linebacker. Wouldn't be surprised if they picked up another linebacker or defensive lineman here, but I think it's going to be a backup on defense.
Absolutely, plenty of defensive back talent still available. Chad, are you in the same camp as us?
Yeah, I think with Florida, they could go in a few directions. I could see maybe even a wide receiver taken here, right? Possibly just go ahead and getting that done, get your fourth wide receiver out of the way. But we'll see how it goes. But because this draft is unpredictable, so who knows?
You make a good point, actually. Optimus Klein retiring over the offseason, came back for one season out of retirement, having previously played for the Mavericks as an owner there. They do have a wide receiver 4 opening, I believe, from last season that could potentially be filled, so that's a good call. John Fulton, you've been the guy when it comes to receivers tonight. Is that your thoughts here before we get the pick announced?
Yeah, I would honestly say probably wide receiver. Like I said, their defense, they already picked up Jay Smith, so there you go with that. So 32 tight ends. I'll probably go with wide receiver 4 on this one.
Absolutely. Plenty of possibilities here still to go. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce Florida's pick.
Before we get to pick number 36, apologize for the technical difficulties there. Joshua Durr from Canton and Luis Quintana from Denver Congratulations on getting selected. With the 36th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Florida Storm select wide receiver Caleb Giffus. Portland is on the clock at pick number 37.
There he goes. Caleb Giffus is on his way to Florida. We got the late shout for wide receiver, and he's off the board. This is a great personality, young guy, plenty of energy that he's going to bring to Florida. It's a real kind of culture pick that I think they're going to get right behind there in Florida. Frank, was this someone you had potentially going to Florida at this point in time?
Yeah, I was thinking defensive backup spots, but whenever Chad mentioned wide receiver, I looked at the roster and they needed a wide receiver for. Yeah, I agreed with that, and this is a good guy. He's a body that could play in the slot and do some damage against some slower, strong safeties and outside linebackers. So he'll be very productive in that offense.
Really skillful player, Caleb Giffus joining the Storm receiving core. Chad Rowlands. This is a nice little pickup and potential steal value here, just given his character.
Yeah, I think this is a great move for them, right? Go ahead and get, like I was saying, go ahead and get that fourth wide receiver. I mean, you got some decent ones in E.J. Minson and Stephen Bush and our Vandalay. Caleb Giffus, I think, is a guy that's going to fit right into that scheme and do some great things. So kudos to Florida on the pick.
Absolutely. And John, this is a top-end receiver pick here. This must be something that you'd be quite keen on as if you were Florida.
Yeah, great pick. Giffus, like so obviously teammate down with Rattlesnakes. Great pickup, great character. Definitely saw it coming. Like I said, going that wide receiver 4 right there. Again, hell of a character down there.
Yeah, I'm surprised he has lasted this long in terms of being picked up. That's a really nice little value pick there by Florida. We go back to Portland, who have already had one pick tonight. Frank, what could Portland do with their second pick this evening?
Well, they went offensive line with that first pick, and they need help on the defensive line. They need another defensive end, and there's some good quality defensive ends out there who I didn't think would still be here at this point. So I'm thinking defensive end here.
Absolutely. We go back to the same names. Gerald Cumbus, Ricky Phillips still available. Oliver Ridge is another name that's come up a few times in terms of personalities on a bit more of the raw side in terms of value. Chad Rowland, is that your thinking as well in terms of defensive lineman?
Yeah, I think defensive line would be a key here, right? Ricky Phillips is there. There's a few other ones as well, but I think you definitely got to go defensive end if you're Portland.
Portland, a team that has had some really nice defensive linemen across the course of their time. The picks in, Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce Portland's second pick.
With the 37th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Portland Fleet select cornerback Ryan Cook. Baltimore is on the clock with pick 38.
There we go. We're wrong again, panel. This is another left field pick. I think there was still some vacancies there in terms of Portland's defensive backfield stocks. Obviously, the pressing needs seem to be defensive end, but they feel they can wait a little bit longer on that opening. John Fullerton, this is another corner, a defensive back. What does Ryan Cook add to the Portland Fleet secondary?
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, I had a feeling that they were going to go defensive back. I wanted to agree on defensive line, but it's not a bad pickup. Great to, because I mean, at the end of the day, you can move that person around anyways. So, like I said, because they already got 3 cornerbacks as it is, so probably the free safety, the strong safety. But either way, it's good to pick them up, move them around, get that defensive back, just a strategy or whatever, get it going.
Joins Derek Majors and Chris Starsh in the Portland Fleet cornerback room. Chad Rolland, another defensive backfield member off the board here. What are your thoughts on this pick?
Yeah, I mean, not a bad idea, right? I mean, now you're going to get your 6 DB in there, correct? So, like I said, I mean, with the defensive line still really just kind of staying stagnant, maybe they're just trying to punt on that until later on. So I really looked, this is an excellent pick if you're going to really think about it, because then all the corners are starting to go, right? So you might as well get your corner now if that's what you're looking for, and maybe push that defensive end back into the third round.
Obviously, a top pack character picked by Portland to go and grab their sixth defensive back as we cross our attention to the Baltimore Vultures, who have come up here for the second time tonight. They picked earlier in the round and took up, I believe, an offensive lineman. Now they're around again here. Actually, they took the running back, didn't they, to join? Could this be a running back, I should say? Frank White, we're going to start with you. We're going to go back to our thoughts on the possibilities here with the Baltimore Vultures.
Yeah, Chad mentioned this with their first pick, and I went with offensive line. They go offensive line, but I believe Chad mentioned running back with their first selection. And if I don't know what the deal is with Logan Lee, but if they snag Logan Lee right here, it's a steal, and they've got a good back that can split time with Warren Murray.
Absolutely. I mean, you make a good point. Logan Lee is still kind of waiting for his name to be called. He's the value guy. He's got animations that will convert into extra cash to spend at the start of his SFL career. And it obviously wouldn't count against the cap as well. So that value isn't going to be quite as, detrimental to their cap, at least in the immediate term. Yeah, he is a polarizing player in terms of his build. He's 6'2", 180, is a finesse back. The dimensions are a little bit weird in terms of what we would consider normal as far as, running backs are concerned, particularly finesse backs. He's kind of, the skill set of a finesse back in the body of a power back. But Chad, I mean, running back stocks are still, we're about halfway through in terms of running through the running backs. Is running back the thought for Baltimore here?
I mean, I would think so, right? I thought they might have went, they could have went offensive line or running back in that first pick. They were able to get their offensive lineman. I think it could be a backup running back, right? When you're looking at this roster, I mean, there's really not a spot to look at to say, yeah, we could definitely do this. Like I said, they could surprise you with a third tight end. They could go ahead and go with a fourth linebacker here, right? With the fall of linebackers as it is, maybe they see some great value there. So I think either it's a backup running back or you're getting a fourth linebacker.
Yeah, backup for Frank Smith as well has been holding down that line for a few seasons in the middle of a linebacking core. John Fullerton, could it be running back, or you're kind of thinking about inside linebacker as well?
I mean, it's just crazy to think that I'm going running back and to think that they might pick up Logan Lee. Like that right there, I'm just like, it's just crazy to even think about that. So, I mean, obviously Logan Lee is still on the board, has fallen this far. I mean, Baltimore might pick him, honestly. I mean, that's going to be it's just crazy to think about that. Just for him to drop all this time, Baltimore to get him. They're going to use him as a backup. I mean, it's a workhorse. Crazy pick, but I think it's going to be Logan Lee.
Logan Lee, the only one of two running backs available, with Willie Smoke, the only remaining running back after him. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick by the Baltimore Vultures.
With the 38th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Baltimore Vultures select defensive tackle Ralph Leopold. The 39th pick is Sioux Falls. You're on the clock.
Well, we've got another left field pick, and it's depth is important in this league, and potentially, we've seen there was a lot of discussion. Obviously, Chad is the only owner in on the panel at the moment, but there was a lot of discussion back when we were first looking at stamina changes about what it would mean for defensive linemen, and this could potentially be the way of thinking here for Baltimore to get another guy on the defensive line that can cover for Saron Yates and company. On that line, Al Walker as well is another hyper talented player that they have. Such a esteemed defensive line that Baltimore has had over the years. But I'll start with Frank, defensive tackle. What we're thinking, but it could potentially be running out with some 5-2 defensive looks here this season.
not surprised that they did this, but I mean, I had him going in the first round, and he's a very talented defensive tackle. And Baltimore, Chad said it earlier, rich get richer. They've got 4 stud defensive linemen already playing for them, and they just added another young one. So, however they rotate them, I think it's a good fit, and he's going to be hanging around them for a while.
Absolutely. And we're moving to a point where defensive linemen are going to be rotated quite a bit, so potentially that's a pick with that in mind. But also, as you said, he's a player that probably could have easily gone in the first round in terms of talent, so potentially they've seen him there and just said, let's go and get him, and we'll work out a way of incorporating him as we go along. It's just a talent pick more than anything. Definitely an interesting pickup. We'll get, Chad, your thoughts. You used to GM for Baltimore. Is this a pick that you would have thought about in that position? Had you still have been in that system?
I mean, possibly, right? I mean, looking at this game, and we've talked about it, Jacob, before, about with defensive tackles and the ends really kind of flopping in and out because of stamina. So it's not a crazy thought to go ahead and get that 5th D lineman. So, good pick for them, right? Especially when you're looking at the builds of those defensive tackles and defensive ends, right? Usually you've been seeing like $1 million linemen going for other teams and stuff. Their highest paid is Al Walker at $684,000. So these are a little bit, they took away some value from these guys to help pay for wide receivers and secondary. So getting a free guy basically that could come in and have those uprising stats as a backup, I mean, I think it's a smart move on Baltimore's end.
Baltimore receiving that pick from Houston last night, and we cross to Sioux Falls, who have already submitted their pick to the league front office. It's been processed. Commissioner Cameron O'Byrne to announce the pick.
With the 39th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Sioux Falls Sparrows select punter Andrew Warren. DC is on the clock with pick 40.
So I need to go back and look at previous drafts and the tendencies itself. This might be the longest we've waited in quite some time for special teams to go off the board. And in the past, we've seen many times where kickers have gone in the top 5. This time we waited until the middle of the second round for special teams to go off the board. Sioux Falls grabs a punter to add to Zashdal Black in their special teams unit. We're going to start with John Fullerton. Was this the point that you thought special teams might be considered, or were we thinking earlier in the draft?
I think at this point, at least for Sioux Falls, I wasn't expecting it. I mean, it was their first pick of the draft, right? If I'm correct. I was thinking more about maybe linebacker. I mean, I wasn't really gonna go wide receiver or tight end heavy, but thought maybe just somebody on defense. I mean, I could see a punter going eventually to them. I mean, look at their picks that they have right now. Right around the corner, there's gonna be more and more. So that one, I guess, surprised me a little bit, but I would have thought more or less defensive on that pick, though. So.
You are correct. That was Sioux Falls' first pick of the draft. They're up again after DC in just a moment. Chad Rowland was, again, special teams. It seems like they might have gotten some real value here, given the tendency for special teams to be taken early in drafts in this league.
Yeah, this was an interesting pick, right? Because, I mean, this is the first pick that Sioux Falls has had this season, and they go with punter. My only thinking is the connection between the last names. Frank, always brings it up. It's who you know, right? When you get drafted. So, Andrew Warren might be related to wide receiver from Sioux Falls, A.J. Warren. So, not sure if that maybe is a connection or not. But, I mean, there are teams that are going more with punter and stuff like that. So, it's an interesting pick from Sioux Falls, right, to be able to go ahead and take that. And, there's nothing wrong with trying to flip the field if you can't get your offense going. So, I like it. I don't think it's that bad of a pick for Sioux Falls.
That is a good shout. And I do wonder if there is any relation there. But still, a punter goes off the board there at 39. Now we cross our attention to DC for the second time this evening. They've got the rights to pick number 40 that they held on to. Frank Wade, this is another team that could be a plethora of different things here for DC. What could you see DC doing here at 40?
Well, they went defensive back last time, and I think we were all in agreement with that pick and getting a very talented corner. I wouldn't be surprised if they went another defensive back, but I'm thinking maybe a fourth wide receiver here.
Absolutely. We've been still plenty of receivers available, obviously with the changes to SFL roster sizes, with now having 3 receivers on each team. There's still plenty of opportunity for a wide receiver to be taken here at this point in time. Chad Rowland, actually, we've got the pick. DC with the 40th selection to be announced by Commissioner Cameron Irvine.
With the 40th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the DC Dragons select wide receiver Sam Harrison. Sioux Falls has the 41st pick back on the clock.
Nice skills by Frank Wade calling the position out, and it is a wide receiver taken by DC. Chad Rowland, was this someone that you had high up in terms of the receiver rankings?
Yeah, this was somebody that I really had an eye on as far as the wide receivers go. Harrison's a great selection there for them. They had 3 wide receivers there at DC. Chris comes back and gets himself a nice little wide receiver to go with that wide receiver 4. So excellent receiving core for their wide receiver / tight ends. Now that they were able to get James Walters to come over from Vancouver this past season. So their Sebastian Synergy's targets are looking really good so far this year.
Absolutely, always a really talented offense over there in DC. John Fullerton, it's another receiver. What is Sean Harrison going to bring to DC?
Like you said, I had a feeling too it's going to be wide receiver as well. Sam Harrison definitely going to be one of those speedy wide receivers. Especially looking at his height, only 6 foot, going to be definitely one of those speedsters around there. Part of me wanted to go with linebacker on that one, but like I said, wide receiver 4, not a bad pickup either.
Never a bad time to pick up a skill position. We cross our attention back to Sioux Falls, who obviously took the punter 2 picks ago. And Frank, we're going to go back and look at the skill, the depth positions, I should say, that Sioux Falls might be looking to pick up. What could they do here with their second pick?
Well, when I first came into the league in season 15, the linebacker core for Sioux Falls is one of the best in the league. And that slowly has gone away, and they need an outside linebacker and an inside linebacker that can fly to the football like they used to do. So they didn't go with the first pick that they had. I had them mocked in the first round, taking an outside linebacker, so I think it's going to be an outside linebacker here, or a linebacker, I should say.
Still plenty of talent available at the linebacker positions. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce Sioux Falls' selection.
With the 41st pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Sioux Falls Sparrows select tight end Eddie Maddox. Indianapolis is on the clock at pick 42.
Well, look, we were slightly off again, but this is a team that traditionally has kind of had some fun with their tight end spots. They bring over Eddie Harrison, another tight end off the ball. We're starting to run thin on tight ends, but Chad Rowlands, I'm going to let you're going to make your pick in just a moment, I believe, but your thoughts on this pick by Sioux Falls?
Yeah, not a bad selection for them here, right? I mean, obviously you got Ben Harrison, who was kind of an undrafted rookie, I believe, last season. Still kind of building up, right? Kind of like an all-around type of tight end. So getting another guy to come in and try to help that out, I think it's a good move for them as well.
Absolutely. And John Fullerton is another tight end off the board. They're going pretty quickly now. Your thoughts on this pick?
Yeah, it's not a bad pick per se. Again, they just drafted the tight end from last season. I think I would have probably gone defensive on this part just because if you see how the draft is going, I mean, eventually they're going to get their wide receiver 4, so you don't need that right now. But just at least get another linebacker just to add to that core. But again, it's not too bad adding another tight end to that too.
I should say it's not picks not being made by Chad Rowland because they've now got the flat cap calling the shots there from his office. And obviously, first season as the general manager in Indy, after being the assistant over in Louisiana, and obviously we'll let kind of Chad sit out on this one because he knows more than we do. But Frank, what could the Ramblers be doing? It's their first pick tonight. They opted to kind of shift back and stay quiet throughout the first round. They now, enter in late into the second round.
Was there anybody else thinking the same thing I was thinking? Tyler wasn't really talking to anybody right there. He was just having a phone to what if Chad Rowland's been waiting for Logan Lee to fall to him right here? I don't know. But they've got a possibility of second tight end. They need an outside linebacker, need a defensive end. I think it's going to be defensive side of the ball.
Absolutely. If your theory on Salt Lake City is true, I think Tyler Falk did have a period coaching in Salt Lake City at one point, so he may too have a connection. Yeah. So he may also have a connection with Logan Lee to join the Fridge, Christian Pierce in the backfield there over in Indy. It's obviously, look, there's plenty of directions that they could go in here with the talent roster. They had a really good season last season. Ryan Roosevelt was a standout in terms of his contributions from the wide receiver one spot. John Fullerton is running back also at the thought. We're still waiting for Logan Lee to come off the board.
Yeah, I mean, just like Frank said, you can kind of go anywhere at this point. Backup running back, second tight end. Defensive backs are good. They might get still with Logan Lee, honestly. I can only see a running back or at least a middle linebacker.
It's a good call. Well, let's see. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce Indianapolis's pick.
Logan Lee in the chat. I slipped past 40. Someone is going to get a steal here. I love that. With the 40, what are we on? Oh, my gosh. The sun is down. With the 42nd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Indianapolis Ramblers select linebacker Kenneth Gaston Jr. The 43rd pick is San Diego. You are on the clock.
Here we go. Good skills by John Fullerton at the end there, shouting out linebacker. It is a linebacker. Logan Lee has to wait a little bit longer. We love the passion. We're definitely in agreement there. He's at this point in time a steal leading into the back end of the second round, but still, again, with the presence of teams looking at two running back systems, there's plenty of room for him to come into. But Chad Rowland, I'm going to let you take the floor with this one. You can get your guy here late in the second round. You pick up another linebacker with the talent you've already got. What's the thinking behind this pick?
Yeah, I was getting a little worried there with Sioux Falls for a minute. I thought they might because they need a linebacker. So, but this is a guy that we really have been eyeing for a long time, right? He's got top end speed. He's got great strength. He's a great tackler, one of the top tacklers in the SFL rating wise. Just an all around great guy, great personality. He really fits the Rambler locker room well, and we're very lucky to have him here. So very happy with the selection.
Tyler Falk with his first selection as the new general manager of the Indianapolis Ramblers. John Fullerton, you were in the right ballpark with the position. Was this someone who you saw Indy picking up here at this point in time?
No, not necessarily. Like I said, I knew it was going to be at least a linebacker. Obviously, with Logan Lee dropping down, figured they might go that way. But again, like I said, you might have to just wait for him. Still, pick up a linebacker like this is still not too bad. Just add it to their roster, and like I said, great pick, honestly.
I feel like Logan Lee is about to become like last season's Jay Barmer. Every time we get someone coming up, someone's going to come out and shout that it should be Logan Lee. And again, this is another team that could take Logan Lee. It's San Diego's selection. with number 2. They went with the number 2 of our overall pick. They picked up, actually, I should say they picked up Hunter McWaffle, so it would be a silly pick if they went for Logan Lee, but there's still plenty of opportunities here for San Diego. I'm thinking defense, Frank. What could the Mavs be doing here at this point in time?
Yeah, they. I think Alamo City and San Diego were coming in with the most rostered players at 29. They picked up Hunter McWaffles. I'm thinking defense as well. Could be a linebacker. There's talented linebackers sitting out there still. They're pretty deep at defensive back, but I wouldn't be surprised if another free safety or strong safety was picked here also.
Absolutely, bringing over Bob Funk from the Canton Classics to bring in another free safety in the offseason. San Diego's pick is in. Commissioner Cameron over to announce.
With the 43rd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the San Diego Mavericks select strong safety Danny Carmichael. The 44th pick is Carolina's. You're on the clock.
Well, his defense is another member of the defensive backfield. We're going to get another one of these fantastic highlight tapes here. I'm going to start back with John Fulton. This is, back-end defensive backfield pick. It must be a nice little value pickup for San Diego.
Oh, for sure. 6'3", 210. I mean, at the end of the day, I had a feeling too was going to be at least somebody defensive back. They said, oh, they've got plenty of cornerbacks, wide receivers. They don't really need a fifth one. Of course, they already drafted Waffle, defensive back. Not a bad pick.
So you make a good point with that with his dimensions. You can easily slot him in as a slot cornerback even if you wanted to, and he's got run coverage skills, but he's also part of that Madison Lynx outfit that just came off the title. When I forgot to mention that in the outset last night, Madison Lynx lifted the 3rd title in their history, and he was part of that. As you can see on these highlight reel tapes, he was a key part of that strong safety spot with good size and coverage skills. Chad Rowland, this is another defensive back player that made a real impact in the SFLM. This is a nice little pickup for the Mavs.
Yeah, this is a good depth pick, right? Obviously, you already had 6 DBs back there as it was, so getting somebody like Danny Carmichael that can come in and make an impact in the situation type in a situation type ordeal, I think it's a good pick for San Diego.
Frank Wade, Carolina up again, the 2nd pick from them tonight. Again, we mentioned earlier they have to pay for these rookies. They were only just shy of pulling over the line. We kind of talked about wide receiver earlier. Is this another potential spot for a wide receiver landing?
Yeah, I took a shot at Harish earlier, and that was just for fun and games. But picking a wide receiver number 4 here is going to be a good pick for them. There's a lot of value out there, a lot of talent, and they're going to get somebody really good.
They do that. They had one of the real sleepers in terms of free agent signings with Riley Quintero. I think that was a name that Chad Rowland highlighted in his podcast when he reviewed the free agency, that he was someone that was really stood out. They took him away from Denver, I believe. Chad, this is wide receiver territory again, do you believe?
Yeah, I think this is wide receiver territory, 100%. And I know that John has been talking about this guy the entire time, but maybe this is finally where Himothy Mossen King goes. He's not really like the thing about Himothy is he's a certain particular skill, right? He's got top end speed and he can catch, right? There's not a lot to the build, right? This is what you would call a raw prospect, right? So this is somebody that if you're going to draft Himothy Mossen King, you're going to know that this isn't going to be a guy that may not make an immediate impact right now, but he's got these raw skills that really can translate into a really good wide receiver, especially being a 6'6". This could be one of those guys that has good speed that can definitely just go up and get it. Like you throw the ball, Matt South throws it deep down the field, and he knows that Himothy's going to jump over everybody to get it. So I think this could be a sneaky pick here if they were able to take Mossen King.
Well, here we go. Well, John Fulton, you've been preaching this guy's name all draft. Yeah, what stands out to you about him, and why would he be the right pick here for Carolina?
I mean, honestly, just being already his teammate down in Lincoln, great character. He's always active. I've spoken to him. I remember even meeting him for the first time, introduced him to the team and everything, and nothing but just respect and love from him. Obviously, his built, big guy. You know, I mean, it is a shame that he's fallen this far, but guess what? It's okay. Like I said, just great player, big guy that's going to be around those other wide receivers, and I would definitely say time for him to show up.
Absolutely. Carolina filled their defensive tackle opening earlier in the draft. There's still potential for a defensive back to be taken here, an inside linebacker. There's still plenty of talent in both of those positions. Again, we're talking a lot about wide receiver being the go-to kind of position for the rest of this second round. And again, we're talking about teams with two running backs potentially. This is another team. Mike McBride is obviously the lead tailback in Carolina with Torrey Hanzo leading the way at fullback. They've got two tight ends in Xavier Solomon and Vince DeSantis as well. So there's plenty of talent on the Carolina offense. A 4-5 receiver, I'm sure, would go a long way in terms of. But also to bring up the name again, Logan Lee could be a shout here if Carolina want to go with another tailback with a different skill set. But Carolina have put their pick in. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce.
With the 44th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Carolina Skyhawks select strong safety Chris Delro. Sioux Falls is back on the clock with the 45th selection.
There we go. No wide receiver. It's a defensive back. I'm going to go back to John Fullerton. This is another defensive back. We're going to see another highlight tape. You can tell us what does Delro add to Carolina's defensive backfield?
Well, I'll definitely start by saying he's kind of thought wide receiver. I mean, obviously, looking at their roster, it's not too bad to add some help back there for Iniguez. Obviously, Delro, 6'1", 205. Not too bad to add another defensive back there. But I was leaning towards wide receiver.
Absolutely. Seeing again, he was another one of those safeties in that Madison Lynx title-winning team that took home the championship last night. And Carolina, like you said, have got some really good, some really talented players in their secondary. Monte Wyatt as well, along with that free agent import of Amari Eaglin that you mentioned, as well as their talented cornerback room with Davidson Joseph and company. And still, Tristan Hatley still holding it down back there in that backfield. It's a really nice little addition here. They get a backup strong safety. That's their 6 DB. Still questions over whether or not they'll grab an extra wide receiver or an extra defensive tackle, but they get the strong safety that they wanted there in their 6 DB, and a nice little value pickup there by Carolina. We move across now, keep chugging away at this second round. We're going back to Sioux Falls, I think their third pick. 3 quick fire selections by the Sparrows as they look to fill out more spots in their roster. Frank Wade, going to go back to you. What's the thinking here for Sioux Falls? Are we going back to the linebacker discussion?
I'll just say linebacker. I mean, they eventually got to pick one.
Yeah, exactly right. So, Chad Rowland, anything else that Sioux Falls could potentially come and grab here?
Yeah, I think here is where Al-Farouk Aminu might drop to, right? He's 6'5", 295. He's a big guy. He's got some good speed. His pass rush and run coverage is really good. I think he could be a decent fit there in Sioux Falls. So if I'm Sioux Falls right now, I'm going Al-Farouk Aminu.
I think we're all in agreement here that it's almost certainly going to be a linebacker. They've only got one rostered in Jason Strongbow. That seems to be the consensus here. Is it the linebacker pick? Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce.
With the 45th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Sioux Falls Sparrows select wide receiver Ryan Davis. Tulsa is on the clock with pick 46.
All right, we're going back to 4 wide again in Sioux Falls. They've grabbed another wide receiver. They're going to wait a little longer on the outside linebacker department. John Fullerton, it's another wide receiver. This is the guy that I also had tabs on. A really good personality that Sioux Falls have picked up here.
Yeah, I'm kind of a little bit surprised by the pick. Maybe not the person, but the pick. I mean, Sioux Falls, I mean, right now, like I said, they got 20 picks in this draft anyways. So, like I said, I was thinking maybe more on going this side of a linebacker and, waiting to get that wide receiver. But still, I mean, obviously they still need to fill up their team as it is. So, I mean, so they got plenty more picks, plenty more time, start filling up that team.
So it's a nice little pickup for Sioux Falls. Again, it's still, I think they're probably looking at the linebacking stocks at the moment and, keeping tabs on the fact that there's still quite a lot of depth there. As we turn our attention back to Tulsa with this next pick, Frank, this is a team that, well, like we said, was in the playoffs last season, looking to add a little bit more depth leading into season 21. What could Tulsa do here with their next pick?
They could go wide receiver 4, back up on defense. But they only got 3 wide receivers listed. They drafted a good tight end with their first choice. So I wouldn't be surprised with a 4th wide receiver here.
4th wide receiver definitely seems to be the thinking here. Marco Swift on camera there, the general manager of the Tulsa Desperados, looking for potentially another receiver to add to the stocks with superstar Gabriel Manning, DJ Hume, and Sonzo Robertson. We see Gabriel Manning fresh off of a Hall of Fame induction. Chad Rowland, could it be another wide receiver here with Tulsa?
Yeah, I think I'm on the same boat as Frank. I think it's got to be a wide receiver here. Not really too sure which one, but I believe it's got to be the 4th wide receiver. I think it'd be a good choice here.
Still plenty of options available at wide receiver to be taken here. Johan Sutherland was a particularly talented wide receiver out of Annapolis. Kenny Hendricks also from that system. Albuquerque's receivers are still on the board. All of Lexington's. This is still so much. In particular, Ian Francis hasn't been selected. He's a guy that I've got big raps on in terms of a character that could potentially go over to Tulsa and make it happen. There's still plenty of directions that this pick could go in. John, are there any, obviously we're still looking at Timothy Mossam King as a potential pick here for Tulsa. Is there anyone else you can kind of throw out there for wide receiver stocks that Tulsa could be looking at?
I mean, part of me wants to go with wide receiver, but just look at the roster, I have a feeling maybe another defensive back. I mean, like I said, they could go. I mean, they got, after this pick, they still got another one. So, I don't know, honestly. I think I'm going to go with somebody on defense for this one, honestly. They're going to pick someone on defense and then eventually get their wide receiver 4.
It's also with 6 defensive backs contracted, both at Tacoma's receivers as well available, Andrew Gibson and Zora Luna, but Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick for Tulsa. Yes, I love this pick. This is someone I've been waiting. I was, he's fallen through the ranks a little bit. Ian Francis, but he's someone that I had a really good conversation with. He's excited about the input he's going to have into the league. Had a really good minor league season with some top moments that you'll see there on screen. Another one of these fantastic highlight tapes developed by the players themselves as part of that Lexington Miners crew. Chad, this was, you were a strong part of the Lexington crew. What do you know about Ian Francis?
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy that was mocked pretty high, like maybe in the middle of the first round on some mocks, right? So getting the value down here in the second round, I think it's an excellent pick for Tulsa. France is going to be a guy that's going to come in and play that fourth wide receiver spot well, and with the skill set he's got, he could be one of those guys that can makes an impact pretty quickly in the season.
I also believe, I'm trying to trace my mind back, I think Marco Swift has some involvement with the Lexington Miners, so that might be a little bit of a coach bringing up one of his players, and if that's the case, then that makes all the more sense then with this selection. But yeah, and the way that the draft has gone, and the fact that teams have kind of held off on picking up wide receivers, means that some of these guys that have got really good personalities have just kind of fallen through the gaps, and Ian Francis is one of them. Frank Wade, this is a guy that did you have tabs on as we went through the process in terms of wide receiver ranks?
Yeah, well, wide receivers where I think they were going, and this was one of the short list guys I was thinking about. Not tall as compared to most of the receivers you see. He's 5'10", but that's not a big negative. But he's very, very fast. Going to be a good slot guy, and possibly a guy that can return kicks and take some pressure off of Manning if they don't want him returning kicks anymore. But he was devastating in the APF. But how's that going to transition into the next engine that we use? So very fast, quick slot guy, I think, is where he's going to fall in.
I could compare taking kick return duties off Gabriel Manning to taking candy off a baby. I don't think it's going to happen. But yeah, he mentioned the size to me, as a point of concern when we were talking about it. And I think in 2K8, in our old game engine, I think some would have raised eyelids at that. But I think now in this new game where that kind of all gets thrown out the window and you can kind of be successful at any kind of dimension and any kind of archetype, I think he's a really interesting player to add to the stocks that have already got Sonzo Robertson, DJ Human, as you mentioned, Gabriel Manning, also in that room. As we turn our attention to Minnesota for the second time tonight, they missed out on their fullback earlier on. They went and grabbed, I believe it was Nicholas Frossel in the first round. It's been a long wait to come back around here for Minnesota. I'm going to go back to John Fullerton. What could Minnesota be doing here at late in the second?
I mean, looking at the roster, like I said, they already got 4 wide receivers, 2 tight ends. Honestly, I'm kind of thinking about maybe a second running back at this point. I mean, they kind of see that maybe, like I said, we've been talking about Logan Lee, how he's been dropping this far, and maybe this is time for them to pick up Logan Lee. I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, they already got defensive backs. You can maybe go with another linebacker, but maybe we might see a second running back.
You're absolutely right. Look, and Logan Lee, obviously they missed out on their fullback, but they could still well use Logan Lee as a run protector. Sub him in as a fullback. These are the possibilities we have in this new game. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce Minnesota's next pick.
And shout out to wide receiver Ian Francis. I was muted there trying to get the cough button to work right on me tonight, recovering from an illness from last week. Thanks for your patience. 47th pick in the season 21 SFL rookie draft goes to Minnesota, and they select outside linebacker Jason Clay. Seattle is on the clock with pick 48.
Value there coming in with Jason Clay going to Minnesota. They add another linebacker to their core. And interestingly, Cam falling down with an illness and coming back. I am too. You probably noticed me trying to stay alive at the first few picks of the draft. I got through it. I'm right now, but that's a nice little pickup there for Minnesota. He's another one that kind of slipped through the cracks of the first round again, just based on value. But Frank, where does this one kind of lie in terms of steals in the second round?
This is a guy I had mocked going in the first round, but it is a steal. This he is strong. He's fast. He's 6'2", 250, 255, somewhere around there. He can go sideline to sideline and also play the run, covering the flats. A very good pick here. And, Sioux Falls, better be paying attention, because now that, he's been picked, there's going to be some linebackers that are going to be dropping off. And hopefully when they pick again, they'll have some to choose from. But this might make a run on some backup linebackers.
Absolutely. So they've got 3 linebackers already, but both of their outside linebackers have experience on the inside. Stephen Black was an inside linebacker with Florida. He moves to the outside as their number 1, but Hawaii, Mississippi as well could also move to the inside to take up the spot next to Miles Gibson, who they signed from Tulsa. That's another addition to Minnesota's linebacking core. As we go back to Seattle, TJ Harper, I hope he hasn't fallen asleep waiting for this next pick to come around. It's finally here. Seattle, and John Fullerton, I'll start with you. You can kind of take the floor for a minute before we get to this pick. What does your new team looking at here?
Honestly, I don't really have too much insider trading information. First, I do want to say congrats to Clay. Definitely, teammate from Rattlesnakes. With Seattle, honestly, I don't really know what Harper's over there looking at. Honestly, I wonder if he kind of changed up his mind as far as maybe going with a second running back. Like I said, wide receivers. I guess we can add another one. Even though that's not really possible.
You've got enough of them. It's
just add to the party of
Please.
wide receivers down in Seattle. So, but no, honestly, I don't really know.
The rest of us.
Yeah. But I can see maybe a defensive end or something. But I don't really know what Harper's thinking about down there. I think he in the chat right now. I'm about to say maybe he didn't fall asleep, so that's a good thing.
Well, Seattle doesn't have a defensive end contracted yet. I think it would be pretty safe to assume that that's what this is going to be. Gerald Cumbus, Ricky Phillips, Oliver Ridge, all still available. There has been no defensive ends for what seems like an eternity. I believe probably since Anthony Robertson was taken. I think he's the only defensive end gone to this point. So still plenty of value available for Seattle. Commissioner Cameron O'Brien to announce the team.
With the 48th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Seattle Nemesis select defensive end Darko Young. Las Vegas back on the clock with pick 49.
There we go. The drought of defensive ends have gone. I want to try and bring in Chad Rowland. His camera's gone, so I'm not sure if he can still hear us or not. But I'll start with you, John. This is your team. This is, we thought this would be a defensive end, but I didn't mention Darko Young. What's how do you feel about this pick, the new face in the Seattle locker room?
Big boy. That's a big boy right there. 270, 6'4". Obviously, Harper. Harper knows a thing or two. Just like Doug. Good pickup. Pretty sure, like I said, we'll utilize him the right way, and definitely, like I said, saw at least defensive end coming. Like, so we don't need no more wide receivers, but this defensive end pickup, it's a very good one.
And Frank Wade, you share the same sentiment. They were obviously going to go in this direction at this point in time, and I think we're all kind of surprised that they had so much available to them at this point in terms of that position.
Yeah, there's defensive end, had to be the pick, not having one on the roster, and I didn't think it would be Darko. But again, we got to think of value and all that stuff and where it slides in. I'm not taking anything away from his abilities or anything, but you got a Ricky Phillips sitting out there, you got a Cumbus sitting out there, but we got to think about value. So they filled a need, they still need to fill. They can come back with, I had them picking a first overall pick at defensive end, but they went quarterback. I think they, could have gotten their quarterback here, but they finally got the defensive end they need, and they can still go out and get another one and still be pleased with what they get.
One of those things, I think it works both ways in the sense that they probably could have gotten the quarterback at this point, but they also, they got their defensive end anyway. So I think there's minimal stress when it comes to Seattle's drafting strategy. They've still got another opening at defensive end, so they'll either take a second one later on. I'm unsure if they kept 3 picks for this draft or if they've only got the 2. But they could easily flip one of their existing defensive tackles to the outside, make it a 3-4 defense with those 4 linebackers that they've signed, including TJ Harper, holding it down in the middle. We move our attention back to Las Vegas, who are picking again. They've got, again, that interesting roster we've seen earlier on before. They've got their offensive line holding it down. There's still an opening at defensive tackle that we've kind of haven't talked about. Could be defensive back. There's a few different directions that this could go in as a back-end pick. John Fullerton, what could Vegas be doing here?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at Vegas' roster right now, I mean, like I said, you got your 4 wide receivers. I wouldn't really throw any money down to get a wide receiver 5. Like I said, of course, you don't need that right now. But you got both tight ends. Like I said, you could probably throw another defensive tackle in there. Like I said, they've already got their fullback. Yeah, so fullback's off the board anyways and things like that. But, yeah, I mean, I would honestly – it's going to be somebody on defense. Like I said, maybe at least a defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle, definitely a good shout. Looking at their defensive backfield composition, they've only got 2 cornerbacks, could potentially be a 3rd corner just to, not only to have a 6th guy out there, but also for injury prevention. If Anthony Wire or Merrick Itera go down, they've invested in those guys so heavily, both with $2 million plus contracts of the offseason. Anthony Wire, their big acquisition from London in free agency. Frank, is there anyone else kind of sitting around at this point in time? This is where we're looking at, real value. What could Vegas be picking up here?
Well, a 6th defensive back could be a possibility, or another starting defensive tackle. So I would think they would lean towards defensive tackle. I thought they were going to go with that in the first place. That's what I had them mocked as getting. So but they shocked everybody and went fullback. So it wouldn't surprise me if they go a 6th defensive back. But I think a defensive tackle's a more pressing need.
Defensive tackle, certainly a shout. They do have 3 defensive linemen, every chance that they could go and grab another inside linebacker and potentially turn their system into a 3-4 look. They have got their 4 wide receivers. They kept on to everyone. Brought in Alisai Terra as well as a 4th wide receiver. Prince Wonder joins as a wide receiver 3 in free agency from Jacksonville, I believe. And they kind of held everything together, brought in some new players with fresh skill sets at low values, and have got some real superstar contracts on their roster. Las Vegas' pick is in. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce.
With the 49th pick of the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Las Vegas Fury select linebacker Logan Thronberg. Vancouver's up next with pick 50. You're on the clock.
There we go. It was a late shout for whether or not Vegas could potentially flip it and turn into a 3-4 defense. That seems to be what they're doing, picking up another inside linebacker at this point in time. Frank Wade, this is a nice little value pickup.
Yeah, very, very talented linebacker. I had him going in the first round as well, and I just love the name Thronberg. I think that's a pretty good football name, and with 1 defensive tackle, 2 defensive ends, and now 4 linebackers, that's telling us that they're going to go for the run a 3-4, which is a defense that a lot of teams shied away from in the old system. But maybe this new system, people are starting to find out that a 3-4 is a pretty decent defense to run.
Thronberg joining Maurice Lloyd along with Luke Swift, the safety convert. Now they're starting outside linebacker, and John Osiris as well on the other side. He joins on the inside. John Fullerton, it's not perhaps what we expected there or thinking another defensive back. It's a linebacker. Still a nice little pickup, though, this late in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, if you already look at it, definitely not a bad pickup. like I said, add to the linebacking core. As far as, like I said, so they didn't get the second defensive tackle. They still got their defensive ends as well too. So still not a bad pickup. I mean, even looking at Thornburg, which is actually a good name too. 243, 6'3", getting the speed up there, but still not a bad pickup either to add to that defensive little linebacking core right there.
I apologize to Chad Rowland. He's been here all along, and I've only just realized that he was still available. It's just no camera, but that's all good. I'm going to bring him now with Vancouver's next pick coming up here, as we see Andy Hamilton in the ballroom for Vancouver. What could Vancouver's next pick be, Chad?
Yeah, I think it was better TV if I wasn't around anyway, right?
I agree.
I know Cam would agree with 100%. No, I mean, they went outside linebacker with the last pick. I mean, I think they would want to go wide receiver here, right? I think that would be something that Vancouver would be able to take advantage of. So in my mind, I think it's going to be wide receiver.
Still plenty of talent available at wide receiver, as we mentioned earlier. Both the Tacoma's wide receivers, both very good in terms of characters. John Fullerton, this is your ballpark in terms of positions. Is this where Himothy goes?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, definitely. I mean, right now we got 3 wide receivers. Definitely get that 4th one. I mean, their last pick, Woods, right there, defensive. So now you move on to the offensive side of things. Get my boy him. But no, either way, even if it's not him either, still, I would say at least wide receiver 4 for this pick.
Wide receiver 4 possibility. There's still room for another tight end on the depth chart in terms of depth positions to bring in. They invested heavily in Robert Redford. Their defense is stacked. I suspect that we can almost say with certainty that this will be an offensive pick. Frank Wade, any late predictions?
I was going to say wide receiver. Don't sleep on tight end. Andy's always been very good at pulling a name out that we kind of let fall through the cracks if we forget about, and he pulls it out. So wouldn't be surprised if a tight end goes here or a 4th wide receiver.
Absolutely. Andrew Gibson and Zorro Luna still on the board as elite wide receivers, as well as Annapolis's. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick.
With the 50th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Vancouver Legion select halfback Logan Lee. The 51st pick is Los Angeles. You're on the clock.
There it is. The wait is officially over. Logan Lee is on his way to the Vancouver Legion. We made a mention of Robert Redford late there. I was sort of thinking it might be more help for him, and it is, but in the form of a guy that's going to sit behind him in the depth chart. Vancouver picks up the enigma when it comes to running back rookies this season. He has the highest value. He's fallen this far into the second round, but John, this is he's finally gone. What have Vancouver going to do with Logan Lee?
Yeah, he's finally off, huh? Logan Lee, go ahead and stand up and just yell from the back. No, but honestly, it's still not a bad pick. I would say go wide receiver, but you could tell they probably looked and like, oh crap, Lee's available. Yeah, take him. So, I'm sure they'll utilize Lee within that team. Like you said, been a great teammate of mine for the past couple of years. Big workhorse, definitely getting them touchdowns and just overall definitely a steal, a big time steal.
Absolutely. If I know Andy the way I do, he would have a plan for Logan Lee already in place. The red carpet would be out in Canada, ready to welcome that new running back, Chad Rowland. He's kind of been pleading for it for a while, and I think he finally had his prayers answered. And really, let's be honest, a very nice little destination to roll into with Vancouver.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't want to play the Pacific, or at least Vancouver. Right? Thank God we played them last season. Yeah, because that backfield with Robert Redford and Logan Lee, that's dangerous, right? That's got to be probably the best 1-2 punch in the league, I would assume. So, and that's no disrespect to Bentley or Phoenix Jones, but man, with the talent that Lee has and the talent we already know that Robert Redford is, that's a excellent pick right there for Vancouver.
Robert Redford joining the Vancouver Legion ownership group in the offseason. Look, Los Angeles have been quick with their picks tonight. Their second pick of the evening is in Commissioner Cameron O'Brien.
With the 51st pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Los Angeles Lycans select tight end Jimmy Foster. The 52nd pick is Denver's. You are on the clock.
Once again, another tight end falls off the board. We're still rolling through that position group. SLM rosters allowed for 2 tight ends last season, so there's plenty of depth in that spot. And LA going to pick up another one. That's a pick, I think, with Logan Jack in mind, with the clear run heavy approach that's eminent in that LA system. Frank Wade, another tight end gone. This is a nice little pickup late in the draft to get another run blocker in.
Yeah, very nice pickup. The second tight end acts as a sixth offensive lineman sometimes, and this guy's going to be able to run routes and catch passes. But I think his main goal is to block for Logan Jack. I was going to suggest tight end. They only had one on the roster, but they got 3 wide receivers. I was going to suggest tight end first, and then wide receiver if that was not there. But very good pickup for them late. A quality tight end that's going to help them more in the run game than the passing game.
Absolutely. As we see Jeremy Vega back on the clock here with Denver. Chad Rowland, any late thoughts here with that last pick by LA?
Yeah, that was a good pick for them. I mean, being able to get somebody that could come in and play that second tight end, I see this as more of a pick to help Logan Jack, right? I mean, they obviously with the number 4 pick went Janae Nicole. I mean, they went wide receiver there in the second part of that, whatever. But then now coming back to get Jimmy Foster, a guy that could do some run blocking for him, I think it's a solid pick.
Denver now on the clock. They come back into the frame. The team, again, we've kind of talked about, has a lot of different ways that they can go with these picks as they rebuild through the draft. They took Luis Quintana earlier on in the draft. And Jeremy's next pick is in. Denver's pick to be announced by Commissioner Cameron O'Brien.
With the 52nd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Denver Nightwings select defensive end moving to defensive tackle Gerald Cumbus. The Indianapolis Ramblers are up next with pick 53. You're on the clock.
Gerald Cumbus finally off the board. This has been a long time coming. Again, another player that kind of fell through the cracks of that first round with his value. He was the second overall defensive end in terms of value. He's going to Denver. And in the situation, look, we can talk about how many players they've got signed and whatever the case may be. With the rules being that they have to pay for these rookies, to pick up a value player like Gerald Cumbus at this point in time is a nice little pickup. And to get him at the point that they've got him is a fantastic move by the Denver front office. They've cashed in on that first rounder. They went and got some back-end picks. This is one of the picks they got from Atlanta, I believe, here, and then they'll be picking again in a couple of picks' time. They'll finish off night one. John Fullerton, this is a nice little pickup given the value and the circumstance that Denver are in.
Yeah, definitely a good pickup. Like I said, putting it picks to go. Obviously, they need a defensive tackle. Convert him over to defensive end, defensive tackle, big boy, 268, 6'6". Like I said, Denver keep on going throughout the whole draft, but honestly, this is not a bad pick to start off with. Like I said, they already picked up Quintana. Keep on going with defense.
Absolutely. Let me see Chad Rowland back on the clock here with Indianapolis, and we keep rolling. We're almost there for the night. Tyler Falk back on the clock, the flat cap. Again, hoping that the acting skills are.
He still is not
scratch.
talking.
Yeah, I'm aware. Look, it's difficult to do it. I've done it before. It's a tough. You've got to sell it. He's doing a good job. It's a little bit strange having the headset on as well as the phone in the ear.
Yes, I ordered that Domino's pizza now.
Points for effort, But he's got the responsibility again to make this pick here for Indy. Chad Rowland's camera's back. There we go. That's good to see. We'll go back to you, Frank. Indy, again on the cusp of breaking forward into the class of elite teams in the SFL, and the addition of Tyler Falk and his player Mike Ryan, really a focal point of their off-season. What could Indy do here with this second last pick of the night?
They went linebacker last, if I'm not mistaken, right, Chad? I had slated them at another defensive end with the last pick, but maybe they get their defensive end here. There's still some good quality. He's been mentioning Ricky, the guy from Madison. He's mentioned him a few times, so I think he's high on him. So maybe that's a guy they might slide in right here.
Ricky Phillips would be a really good pickup at this point. Oliver Ridge still on the board as like I said, more of an upside kind of pick at this point in time. They have Mac Dre at the defensive end spot already, and they brought Derek Jenko as well as Butch Mena coming over from Houston. That was another one of their big free agents in the offseason. They also they filled that outside linebacker spot earlier next to Tally Mac Scarborough, which was another one of those more under the radar pickups from Indy. They were quite active in free agency in retrospect, bringing across some new talent. But John Fullerton, this is there's a few different directions that Indy could go in terms of backup positions. What can you see here?
Backup, I want to say another tight end, but kind of feeling something on defense. Like I said, maybe going defensive end, like we said with Phillips. I'm leaning more towards defense on this pick. Like I said, they're gonna get their linebacker, but probably defensive line somewhere.
Defensive end certainly seems like the pick. Romeo June still available in terms of tight end stocks. If that's the way that they go, Kishni Cameron Irvine to announce Indianapolis's pick.
With the 53rd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Indianapolis Ramblers select linebacker Noah Davis. The 54th and final pick of the night goes to Denver. You are on the clock.
Well, there we go. They wait a little bit longer to cement that defensive line spot, if they will at all. Of course, they could move one of their interior linemen to the outside. And again, as we've seen with this linebacker pick, they could be yet another team to move forward in terms of into a 3-4 look defensively. Interesting pick by Chad Rowland and Tyler Falk and the Indianapolis Ramblers organization. Talk us through this one, Chad. What was the thinking behind this one?
Yeah, I mean, Noah's a guy that we've also really had high hopes with. Great conversation, right? He personally knows some Ramblers anyway, so fitting him into the culture already is already gonna fit right in, knowing half the team already as it is. So, excellent pick for us. Tyler's done a fantastic job in this draft, really taking a hold and getting the correct people and making these moves and doing this and that. So, wanted to give him a public shout out for what he's done this season. But Noah's going to be a great guy. I think he's going to fit right in. And he's a prospect, right? He's got a little bit of work to do, but we feel like this is a long-term pick for us, and we're very excited to have him.
Great analysis there, Chad Rowland. Indy cements that linebacking core. They pick up 2 in the second round, and they've now set pretty with 4 leading into day 2. Denver have got the final pick of the night. Thank you so much, everyone who has hung around for us with this. It's always a bit of a marathon with the drafts, and we're only halfway through. Again, we'll kind of cover it in a minute, but you can catch tomorrow with Tyler Falk, the flat cap, and Mike O'Neill will also be on the panel. He was huge throughout this entire 2K4 transition process. It would be worth watching the draft just to hear his insights on all the players coming through the wire. But Denver set to make the final selection of the night, another player to add to the linebacker, add to the crew out with the Nightwings as they rebuild their roster. Frank Wade, what could be the last pick of the night here?
Well, they've got 6 picks left after this one. They still got some holes to fill. They went linebacker. They went defensive tackle. There's possibility of an outside linebacker or strong safety here, I believe.
Absolutely. Tight end still a possibility with them not having one. Romeo June from Annapolis is still a real value pick here at this point. Commissioner Cameron over to announce the final pick of night 1.
Before the last pick, want to catch everybody up on our processes of our back end. Just had 54 players selected. Contracts will be sent into teams in the team contracts channel before my head hits the pillow tonight. Also, players have not been added into locker rooms. That will also be done before the head hits the pillow tonight. So please bear with us. I will be stepping out immediately after the draft to get some food in me, as I'm sure the rest of our panel will. But a great first night, everyone, with draft rounds 1 and 2. With the 54th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Denver Nightwings select tight end Chris Arthur. Thanks to everyone who participated and was involved in the draft tonight, including our great panel. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. Wrap it up.
Final pick of the night is a tight end. I was on the sort of trajectory with it. Instead, they go and grab. They need a talent at that position. They go and grab the best available. Frank Wade, your reactions to this pick?
Well, they needed a tight end. They need a second tight end, and this was the best available for them. And so, they still have a ton of picks left. They still got a ton of roster spots to fill. So they're going to have a very busy night tomorrow, as opposed to today, not picking until the second round. So look for some fireworks from Jeremy Vega.
Absolutely. Still plenty to come from the Nightwings front office. I'm going to wrap this one up. John Fullerton, I want you to tell me your favorite pick from the night and also the biggest surprise of the night.
Well, I'll say my favorite pick of the night would probably be. Let me look back in here. I gotta give a shout out to my boy Nicholas Frasso. Definitely, that was probably one of my greatest picks for tonight. Surprise pick, Logan Lee. I would definitely say Logan Lee. I think we all kind of thought that would kind of go a little bit, not as long, but either way, we know, like you said, we can still come up with these mock drafts and things could still go crazy. So it is what it is.
Fantastic shouts. Chad Rowland, I'm going to ask you the same 2 questions.
Yeah, so I think probably my favorite pick, if I'm not going to include my own. I probably would have to say, man, it's tough. There's a lot of good picks. I probably have to give. I know I crapped on Eddie earlier, but I think Ryan Arlovsky was a pretty solid pick. But really, I think the surprising pick, and probably who I think won at least the first round, is definitely Louisiana. Right, going in there and getting Dwayne Sammons with your first pick, trading back up with Sioux Falls to get Chris Grant Jr., creating that new 1-2 punch in Louisiana that Frank knows better than anybody on this panel, right? Because he was there before. They do a lot of great things with their running backs. So tremendous props to Louisiana on that. But Ryan Arlovsky, of course, was a great pick as well for Arizona.
I love that. That's a great shout. Frank, give us a couple of names.
Well, he kind of stole my thunder on Louisiana. I thought that was very good with the running back pick, and then trading back up to get the second running back, going with 2 rookie running backs. And, like I said before, in the past, they were one of the first teams to go with the 2 running back system. And now in this new game, there's a lot more teams doing that. The one surprise to me was us. It wasn't a surprise, but us trading up to get our fullback. I knew that's the fullback that we wanted. That's how I had him mocked to us. And whenever Vegas took the fullback ahead of Minnesota, I think that put us in Plan B, get ahead of Minnesota mode, and getting that. So I think that was a very bold move by our front office people.
Absolutely, and I'll give shout out Caleb Giffus from Florida. That was my favorite pick of the night, and also my biggest surprise, just in general, I think was the lack of defensive linemen taken tonight. I was sort of under the impression that I would be sweating out our first pick because we wanted that defensive end with the top selection. We ended up having pretty much the pick of the litter in terms of defensive linemen, and we've still got plenty to go tomorrow. Speaking of which, you can catch the SFL draft tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. Starts an hour earlier than we did tonight, so you won't be up, at the witching hour watching us. You can catch that with Tyler Falk and the rest of the crew on the SFL YouTube page. It'll be pinged out in at that time. I've been Jacob Clear. Thank you for joining us tonight. It was a fantastic draft, and well done to the panel. Frank Wade, Chad Rowland, and the debut from John Fullerton. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow night for SFL Draft Night 2.